Good night, everyone. Welcome to the Ebony Star Network, and you're here with Sharlene in Relationship Talks. And today we have a live topic with you tonight. We're talking about predators in the dating world. And I just want to have a disclaimer on this channel. We discuss we discuss live topics of events that's happening in the world that may affect us. And we come on this platform to listen to men and women talk about relationships. And on this channel, we talk about how we can improve our relationships, how we can learn something, and what we can take to help us grow. So before we get into discussions, I always like to set the tone for the broadcast. And for everybody who's coming in, I like to set the energy because this is a positive network and we just want to set the positive intentions. So if you guys are just tuning in with us, I want you guys to listen up and listen clearly. I'm going to speak on some affirmations. So if you are in the dating world, if you are dating, if you're looking for love, if you're looking for that special someone, I want you guys to listen, pay attention, or if you have somebody, just be grateful that you have someone. And just listen and take in these love affirmations, and hopefully this will improve your life or attract the right partner for you. All right, so dating success affirmations. I enjoy meeting new people. Dating is fun and exciting for me. There are abundance of available people. My perfect partner is near. I open myself to dating. I open myself to receiving my partner. I can feel my perfect partner coming to me now. Love and connection come in many forms. I open myself to receive a loving partner. I deserve to be happy and in a loving relationship. I trust that the universe is conspiring to align me with my perfect partner. I believe in the love. I believe in the power of love. All of my thoughts about dating are positive. I love dating. I find great joy in going on dates. Each date in a new each date is a new and exciting adventure. I am wrapped in the loving energy of the universe. My vibration is attuned to the frequency of love. Love shines within me. I radiate love. I experience love everywhere I go. All of my relationships are loving and harmonious. I am grateful for the love that surrounds me. I am a magnet for attracting more love. Every cell in my body vibrates with love. I feel loved. I attract loving and affectionate people in my life. I view life through the lens of love. Love flows through me. I am love. Okay, everyone, we're back on the network. If you were just listening to those affirmations, give yourself a round of applause, a pat on the back, because you are in the love frequency. Okay, so our topic is going to be kind of controversial, but we are here just to have these live conversations, have different perspectives, and have give people a different insight, and make sure we have the tools on our belt so that we're able to tackle the world and we know that what we're up against. And with that being said, I'm going to have my co-host Dame come in.
Hello.
How are you, Dame?
I'm doing good.
That's great. So our topic tonight is predators in the dating market.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So as people can see, this could be a broad topic. So what we're talking about, so predators could be anything from woman to man, to somebody who has a hidden agenda. They're not in there for love, they're in there for their own personal, selfish gains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we just want to be aware that there are people who are out there, and we cannot be blinded from the fact that we like the idea of being in love without actually making ourselves open and understanding that, we have to say yes or no. We have to follow what is right for us, and we have to question every person that comes in our lives. Dame, you have anything you would like to add?
Yes. We gotta have an awareness, um, and pay attention to red flags. Don't ignore them. Don't ignore your gut, or what something's telling you. Don't be afraid that I don't want to seem like this. I don't want to seem like that. No, 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 no. It could be a matter of life and death. Or it could be life or death of your time. You know, you know, you could be wasting your time with someone that's not into you because you're ignoring a flag, or you brushing it off, or you playing it off, or you making excuses for it.
Yes, that's Dame makes a lot of great points. I think we have to know, as humans, we have a internal guidance system, and you can call it your gut, your instincts, something that if you have a unsettling feeling where you can't truly be yourself with somebody, that should be a red flag. Or if you're with somebody or you're having a conversation and you don't feel right, or this topic touches you and not a good sight, that's like your system telling you that this is poison. It's not good for you. It's not giving you a good frequency where you're able to accept and allow it to come. So I just want you guys to pay attention to your internal guidance system, that helps guide you with anything you do in life, when making decisions, when trying something new. It could be scary, but something tells you to do it anyway. We all have this internal guidance system, and we must listen to it, essentially. All right. So with that being said, I guess we can continue with our enlightenment. If you want to play the first video.
All right, but before we do that, let's cover our bases with the Fair Use Act. All right, this channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely, comments, assuredly, news reporting, only for those who don't know, teaching, we're going to learn something new today. Scholarship or research, personal research, is not an infringement of copyright. All right. With that being done, let's get on with the video.
Tonight, new developments in the death of a 23-year-old Black woman who died after a dating app meetup after protesters demanded answers, marching on what would have been Lauren Smithfield's 24th birthday Sunday, carrying balloons to mark the occasion. Smithfields was found unresponsive in her apartment December 12th. Her family now filing a notice of claim, a first step in preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of Smithfield's sudden passing.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know. And we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
She was found by a man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble, according to a police incident report provided by the family attorney. The man is 37 years old and white, according to public record, and he called the police, according to the incident report, when he says he woke up next to her and she was not breathing. The man who found Lauren is not currently considered a person of interest. What is the family's response to that?
The family is very insulted by that. They weren't looked at as a person of interest, and we feel that is racially motivated.
Tonight, her death ruled an accident by the Connecticut chief medical examiner. The cause of death is multiple drugs, including fentanyl and alcohol. According to the police report, the man told police that the night before, the two were drinking tequila and Smithfields became ill and, quote, went to the bathroom to vomit. They continued drinking and she fell asleep. The report makes no reference to the two having sexual relations that night. The man says he heard Smithfield snoring around 3:30 a.m. When police arrived before 7 a.m., she had been, quote, dead for at least an hour or more and had dried blood in and around her right nostril.
The family is alleging a racially insensitive handling of the case, that their civil rights were violated. What exactly are you referring to?
We know that we seen the response that the nation has given to Gabby Petito when she went missing. We don't have anything that comes even close to that in this particular case.
Their attorney says the family found a note with a phone number on Smithfield's door around 7:30 p.m. the next day. The landlord notified them of her death.
And they're told there's nothing to investigate. He seems like a nice guy. They never quarantined the area. They never collected anything of value.
Instead, according to the notice of claim, the family found their own evidence, including blood-stained sheets and, quote, a pill used as a sedative and a used condom. The Bridgeport police did not comment on the specific allegations made by the family, but in a statement said in part, the investigation remains open and active, and the department offers its sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Miss Lauren Smith Fields.
Oh, I never get to touch her again. It's deplorable how they treated us. I see her in everything I do.
All right, Sinclair joins us from here in 30 Rock. So, Sinclair, you mentioned on your story that it was alleged they met on Bumble, the dating app. Has that company said anything, and has the leadership in the city said anything else about this case?
Yeah, Tom. So Bumble, which is a pretty popular dating app, told us in a statement that they've been in touch with law enforcement, but, quote, have not received a request for any information and that they always cooperate regarding investigations. Meanwhile, Bridgeport's mayor tells us that he will work with police to, quote, make appropriate changes regarding death notifications for family members. And that's in direct response to the claims of the family, who say the police did not notify them of Amber's death 24 hours after she passed. The family is also awaiting the results of an independent autopsy, Tom.
Okay, Sinclair, we thank you for that.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel.
Okay, so this one was very controversial because this was going all over Black femicide. It was all over. You could have found this. They was talking about this on YouTube. They were talking about this on Clubhouse. They were talking about this on Facebook. This became like lots of attention because nobody investigated what happened to her. Nobody took the necessary precautions. It was like her death did not matter, according to police and like the government or in that area. The death only mattered to her family, and nobody took it as serious. And so I know that's a whole nother conversation. But our initial conversation was that she met a guy off of Bumble. So you guys could say she met a white man. It doesn't matter what kind of man she met. She met a man off of Bumble, and she didn't really vet this person. She allowed this person to come into her house, and he had an unhidden agenda. I guess he wanted to sleep with her. He wanted to do something, and which ultimately landed her where she lost her life.
Yeah. And then the first date, and on top of that, big mistake. First dates, no. That's when you get into a relationship. First date, you don't let them come to your house. Y'all meet at a neutral place.
I agree. You always meet at a neutral place. And the other reason why this could be controversial, because people be like, oh, she was looking for a white man, or she was dating out, and blah, 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 blah. That does not matter. The simple fact that she was a woman and she went out on a date off of Bumble, she met somebody, and this person had a hidden agenda. It had nothing to do with what she was trying to do. She was just trying to go out and have fun. That was it. And meet somebody and potentially, have love or something in her life.
Yeah. And
But this could have been preventable You know, if she would have vet the person, if she would have took her time,
If she wouldn't have brought him to our house.
yeah, if she would have never brought him to her house, if she would have like looked at exactly what she was drinking. Also when you're dating, it's also good to keep dates between, especially the first date. You don't want to go past like 2 to 3 hours. Initially, 1 hour is good for your first, courting attempt. That's the first time you guys get to see each other. You might have a meal, you might smile or something. But I think if you go above 3 or 4 hours, you're doing too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And no dating. Okay, I ain't go. Let me correct that. Not no drinking alcohol, but don't be trying to get drunk. Stick to like maybe what you what you can handle. If you can handle just one drink, then just one drink. But don't be trying to do shots. Don't be trying to drink a lot. Because you want to have all your facilities function as you're vetting them, getting to know them, and stuff like that. You just want just enough of a drink just to relax. You know,
Exactly. And if a guy's only taking you out for drinks and nothing more, that should tell you how he views you in a sense. Black Knight wants to come up. Black Knight, you can come up and have your stance, but you can't be long because we want to keep going. We don't want to turn this into a whole power drive. But go ahead, you can come up, Black Knight. You can give your short stance.
all right. Let me put the links down. Okay, did I do that right? Okay, yeah, yeah. All right, here we go. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's all kind of wrongs with this, especially with dating app, Bumble dates. You want to not be at your place, neutral place. Don't drink heavy. Just stick to one drink. Spend time getting to know each other. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the point. Um, don't be in a rush. Yeah.
Is Max coming up?
I'm waiting to see.
Okay, all right. So I was gonna say let's move on to the next topic.
Oh, here he comes.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Okay. There we go. Black Knight, can you hear us?
Good night, Black Knight. Max, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, ladies, how are you? I just wanted to say we got problems now. I think dating, in my opinion, is extremely dangerous in this day and age. We needed to have a different approach. I mean, the vetting process is almost at a point to where a person has to fill out an application, and there has to be a background check in order for the date to be safe. We have a culture that drives people to be overly sexed. At the same time, we have a male contingent that believes that women should be sex objects and they should be sex slaves. So you add that in with people who are generally crazy, then you have a bad scene, a very, very dangerous scene when you set out to date. And you can't really trust anybody. You don't know who to trust. It may be the last thing you do. You think you met some gentleman off of a dating app and you never see your home again or whatever, it'd be the last thing you do. So I think we have to find alternative ways to date. I suggest going back to old school courting. And I think that you should talk to people for an extended period of time before you even go out on one date. There has to be a long, drawn out, extensive, fact-finding conversation before you even think about going out on a date. Because your life may depend on it.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you there.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Black Knight. I agree with you. I mean, after this, we're gonna have a panel, and then we're gonna talk about how we can make dating safer.
Okay, good. You mind if I go on mute and just stay up here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on.
Okay, so the next video. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Now to that frightening story from a woman who says she dated a self-proclaimed serial killer. The man accused of using dating sites to prey on and attack women. Now one is coming forward saying she narrowly avoided the same fate. Ariel Reshef is here with that story. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you, Robin. Zanea Barney says she thought she had met her dream guy on a dating app until their relationship took a very dark and violent turn. Now she's speaking out to warn others, saying her story could happen to anyone looking for love online. As authorities look into that man's claims, he's killed several women.
I relive it every day, you know.
It was the romance sparked on a dating app Zanea Barney says turned into a horrifying near-death experience. The 26-year-old mom speaking out to ABC News about her tumultuous relationship with 27-year-old Daniel Drayton, the man now suspected of killing a woman and sexually assaulting at least 2 others, all of whom he allegedly met online.
I felt guilty in the beginning because I kept feeling like, how can I not see the signs?
Barney says the relationship started out promising.
You said he almost seemed like the dream guy.
We talked about everything. He started to become my best friend in so little time.
But months later, a red flag as she intercepted a phone call from another woman.
And I said, no, you should have been honest with me. I shouldn't have to find out like this.
She broke it off. She claims Drayton persisted, sleeping outside her home, buying her gifts, begging for her forgiveness. Until last month, when he told her he was heading to California. She agreed to meet him, and he asked her to drive to a nearby park.
He was like, so you really don't see us getting back together? I was like, no. And that's when he just looked at me in the car and then jumped across, had both of his knees on top of my knees while my seatbelt was still on. And my car was, he somehow pushed my gear into park. And I'm sitting here, he got took 2 of his hands, stuck his whole thumb in my throat. And that's why I still have the mark to this day. He kept his thumb there and was like, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you.
At some point, did you think this is it?
When he was choking me, I can't even describe the feeling. That's when I kept feeling like this is it.
3 workmen in the park noticing Barney was in distress.
The guys that came to the scene, they called the police. If those 3 men didn't appear, I wouldn't be here.
Drayton was eventually arrested for attempted strangulation and slashing Barney's tires, but a judge later granted his release. Weeks later, Drayton, a fugitive, wanted by the NYPD for the murder of 29-year-old nurse Samantha Stewart and the rape of a 23-year-old woman. A fugitive task force and Los Angeles police eventually arresting him last week in a North Hollywood hotel, where they say he had raped and attempted to kill a woman he was holding hostage. He pleaded not guilty to those charges. After his arrest, Drayton claimed he had committed as many as 7 murders, though authorities have not been able to verify the crimes ever occurred.
Has this changed your outlook on those online dating apps?
Completely. I deleted every single one, and it's just so scary because you just never know who somebody is at all.
And ABC News has learned Drayton was convicted in the past of 5 felonies in Connecticut, including harassment and strangulation. Now, a lot of people are wondering why a judge allowed his release after that assault on Nevaeh Barney. Well, the Nassau County Court tells ABC News there was no way the judge could have known, and the judge didn't know there was an out-of-state criminal history. Authorities say that once he's extradited here to New York, he will face murder charges, guys.
Gosh, my gosh. And I got to tell you, the advice that you gave yesterday, those suggestions about what to do, because a lot of people are on these apps, I heard from a lot of people that were very thankful about that.
Well, I'm glad it's helping.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Ariel.
Wow. Dang.
That is crazy. And just imagine he had multiple victims.
Yeah, and did you notice how her and the woman he did kill look kind of alike?
Yeah, do you think it's like some trauma bond or something? Like maybe a girlfriend did something to him, and like every girl like he has to get has to look similar to that girl. What they call them, psychopaths, or what is it?
They call them serial killers.
Yeah, serial killers.
Oh my goodness.
That is actually a thing out here.
Yeah, shooks. You gotta be careful. You never have to look for if they got arrest warrants in the state you in. You gotta look in other states too.
Did you see how he went and he bought her flowers and teddy bears and just to try to get back with her?
Mm-hmm.
They trying to lower you in.
Yeah. And,
yeah, that is
but he
crazy.
kind of had a plan to kill her. He took her to the park. It's like, can you meet me at the park?
It's because he wanted her to stay with him. It obviously he was not right in his head. And she had a feeling like this is not a good relationship. I bet you she had that feeling for a couple of months. Or maybe like the first month since she met him. She noticed this doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Well, he would have kept her hostage like he did the woman they caught him with. Held the hostage. Was it attempting to kill her, or was? I was like, oh my goodness.
Just imagine he had 5 felonies, and he had multiple offenses, like, and he's still able to walk around free.
Yeah.
What is happening to our system?
She was getting to the point where every time somebody come to court, they better do a background. Oh, wait a minute, aren't they supposed to do a background check to see if they got any warrants or something in another area?
So Nyla Drea says you can definitely meet crazy people in real life too, not only on dating apps. You have to be careful in general and not give out so much to people you just meeting. And as somebody said, I think he made good money or successful in real estate. Yes, did you know like some of these guys are wealthy. You would never know. You would never know until you start to look at the other side of their life. You don't know somebody unless you really pay attention to every act they do or every move that they make. They try to make it seem, they try to put on this illusion like they're this Mr. Perfect guy that does all these good things and they show up in a suit, but that's not truly them.
Yeah. And Drea is right. You can meet crazy guys outside the dating app. That happened to a friend of my mom's. Except he didn't seem to be crazy killer type. He seemed more like crazy. I'm never gonna let you go. I'm gonna try to put as many chains on you to chain you to me as possible. I don't mean literal chains. She meant emotional, biological chains.
Yeah. So Rodney Mallory says she knew within the first 3 conversations what he had with her.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? As I would probably kind of agree with that, because as women, we need to know when somebody's about something and somebody who is not. If you ask somebody what are their goals are in the next 5 years and they got nothing to hear, they have nothing on their plate or anything that they want to accomplish or want to have in their life, that's a red flag.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, I don't know why, but I feel like we kind of feel like we have to give people chances when we don't. And we need to set our standards high and stop listening to these dating coaches, stop listening to our parents, stop listening to other people who don't want the best for us or who limitations are but so high for themselves that they can't see you achieving anything better.
Okay. Also, let me see. Let's see. There's something. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mela was saying, they don't do. I heard that free dating apps don't screen people for criminal history. And Rodney was like, no dating apps do not screen you, or do they, or do the background checks on you.
No, they don't. And I don't think the dating apps, I don't think they want to catch heat for what's going on. I think that's what it is. They don't want to catch heat because if they put a lot of blame on them, like the whole dating game will be different.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mela says, true, Rodney, people need to learn the patterns of what their conversations speak to. Yes. Come on, speak on that. The conversations that you have with somebody. Like, you need to know if somebody's not trying to get to know you, they're not trying to build, they're not trying to have new experiences, they not talking about nothing but complaining. That's a red flag. Yeah, for real, we need to pay attention to our conversations because your conversations will tell you exactly where the relationship is going to go.
Yeah. And also, people sometimes just point blank lie on the apps. It don't care if they were doing a background check. Shoots, people lie.
That's true. Hold on, Rodney got another. This is kind of funny. Rodney said it's easier to touch a woman's emotions through a typewriter than it is through words. How do you feel about that, Dame?
Okay, well, what using the typewriter the way you use words?
No,
But
okay. I
but
would
I
say
guess
I would say it depends on your imagination. If you really like somebody and they saying all the right things to text and they typing away and you got this imagination and you really want this relationship, your mind will start, putting pictures in your head and you will start to just have these feelings that's not really true because you haven't met that person, but you really want that relationship.
so. In other words, ignore what he typed. Wait until you face to face with him. You can hear the words in person, and you can hear the tone and see the body language and expressions on the face.
Yes. I would say that, talking on the phone eliminates 50% of the problem. If you talk on the phone and you got nothing to talk about, or if you talk on the phone and you find out he's an airhead, he's not as confident, you already know what time it is. You ain't got to waste your time. I would say talking on the phone eliminates 50% of this garbage. 50%. I know what you got to do. You got to say this half of the time, half of these guys won't make the cut. And I think you got to be honest with yourself and just say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if all your conversation is through text and emojis and anything but audio conversation, no. Okay, and don't be playing that. What if he's deaf or mute? Hey, you still got to do sign language in person. Sorry, I was thinking about that movie Coda, where everybody's deaf. So hey, they still gotta communicate with you in person. Let's
Facts.
see.
But we're not
Okay,
doing that. Oh, go ahead.
Rodney goes. You could tell a woman I love you, and she will give you a hug. If you write it down, she will give you the cookie.
That's not true.
No.
Yeah, you taking it to the way extreme. I give you this. You could try to romance her with your words by typing it out. But if you typing all this out, you come and you see her in person, and you're not half of what you said that you was in the text messages, that's a red flag. That's a red flag to anybody. That's
Get
a
them,
huge
get them,
disappointment.
get them to write you a letter. You can always get a handwriting analyzed.
Mm. But okay, we're not done with our series. We have some more videos.
Yeah. Mella's like, I'm not ever using a dating app from listening to these caution tales on YouTube. Shoots, they not just on YouTube, they're in the news.
Yes, in the news too. I'm not even gonna lie. Most of the stuff that we played was from on the news. So go ahead, Dame. Let's play the next video.
Okay. All right, y'all ready for the next one?
"53 minutes before he killed her, 20-year-old Sarah Butler texted Khalil Wheeler Weaver, 'You're not a serial killer, right?' Tragically, he was. Between August and November 2016, Wheeler Weaver murdered 3 women, including Butler, and tried to kill a 4th. But he also left a trail of evidence behind him. Khalil Wheeler Weaver used dating apps and the social media app Tag to lure his victims. Butler's family and friends, determined to find her killer, then turned the tables and used the tagged app to track him down and bring him to justice. Welcome back to True Stories. Join the family and let us explore some of the most interesting true crime cases. As always, if you enjoy, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up and subscribe. Now, let's get into it. Khalil Wheeler Weaver didn't strike most people as a cold-blooded killer. Clean-cut and well-dressed, he nevertheless had a deeply hidden dark side. Information on Wheeler Weaver's early life is limited. Weaver grew up in a comfortable home in a well-to-do neighborhood in Orange, New Jersey. And nothing in his home life seemed to indicate he would become a cold-blooded monster. Several of his family members are employed with law enforcement. In late 2016, the 20-year-old himself was working as a security guard at a hotel and a grocery store. Wheeler Weaver was described as calm and helpful by detectives. Nevertheless, this calm young man was preparing to commit a string of brutal murders. Khalil Wheeler Weaver's first victim was 19-year-old Robin West. According to her mother, West struggled with mental health issues. At the time of her disappearance on August 31, 2016, West was getting the majority of her income from sex work. The day after she vanished, local police responded to calls about a fire in an abandoned house. Upon entering the home, they discovered West's charred remains. Her body was so badly burned that she could not be identified until 2 weeks later through the use of dental records. Due to the state of her remains, her cause of death could not be determined. When he was later questioned about West's murder, Wheeler Weaver told detectives that he had gone for a meal with West and dropped her off at an abandoned house about 2 blocks from where she was found. But mere weeks after West's body was found, another woman disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Joanne Brown, who was 33 in 2016, was struggling with homelessness and also had mental health problems. She was last seen getting into Wheeler Weaver's car on October 22, 2016, and was reported missing later that month. On December 5, 2016, Brown's remains were discovered in a different abandoned house. Tape covered her nose and mouth. The cause of death was ultimately ruled as strangulation. On November 22, 2016, Wheeler Weaver murdered his third and final victim, 20-year-old Sarah Butler, a second-year student at New Jersey City University. Butler was a deviation from Wheeler Weaver's other victims as she was not a sex worker and did not struggle with mental health issues. She was also close to her family and in the middle of earning a degree. Essex County Assistant Prosecutor Adam Wells later described how the tagged killer selected victims, saying he targeted women he deemed somehow less than human, less valuable. Wheeler Weaver, said Wells, thought maybe they wouldn't be missed. Wheeler Weaver's murder of Sarah Butler, however, would ultimately result in his capture. Butler was home for Thanksgiving when she met Wheeler Weaver on Tagged, a social media app. The two had planned to go out before, but Butler decided against it. But when Wheeler Weaver offered her $500 for sex, she agreed. Butler jokingly texted him before their date, "You're not a serial killer, right?" Butler told her mother she was going to meet a friend and borrowed her van. Thinking nothing of it, her mother said goodbye. This was the last time anyone would see Sarah Butler alive. Her body was discovered on December 1, 2016, at the 400-acre Eagle Rock Reservation in West Orange. On November 15, 2016, Just before Butler's murder, another woman named Tiffany Taylor approached authorities regarding an encounter she had with Wheeler Weaver that almost left her dead. Taylor was 34 years old, several months pregnant, and had recently become homeless. She relied on sex work to get by. She told authorities she had made a deal with Wheeler Weaver to pay her for sex. They met at a motel in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and left in Wheeler Weaver's car. But he then put on a ski mask and proceeded to handcuff Taylor and duct tape her mouth. He raped her in the back of the car and strangled her to the point that she lost consciousness. When she awoke, Taylor somehow managed to persuade her captor to drive her back to the motel. Once there, she ran into a room and locked the door. She called 911, but Wheeler Weaver was gone by the time police arrived. Meanwhile, Sarah Butler's family and friends were determined to find justice and so took matters into their own hands. Butler's sister knew the passwords to her social media accounts, including Tagged. Logging onto Butler's account, she looked through her communications from the time she disappeared and discovered Wheeler Weaver. Butler's sister created a fake profile on Tagged and approached Montclair police about what to do next. Together they arranged a sting operation. On December 6, 2016, Wheeler Weaver arrived at the location he had arranged with his date and was instead met by undercover police officers. He was subsequently taken into custody. On the day he was taken into custody, authorities searched the Tagged killer's home and found 3 cell phones in his bedroom. These revealed several pieces of incriminating evidence, including searches that Wheeler Weaver had made that proved he'd lied to detectives about his whereabouts at the time the 3 women disappeared. His internet searches included how to make homemade poisons to kill humans and what chemical could you put on a rag and hold to someone's face to make them go to sleep immediately. It appeared that Wheeler Weaver also thought about applying to become a police officer as he'd also searched police entrance exam practice test. After tracking Wheeler Weaver's cell phone, authorities could place him at the abandoned house containing West's body, which was set on fire in September 2016. His phone records also revealed that he had initially driven away but then went back to watch the building burn. Prosecutors also showed that the last person to call Joanne Brown before she disappeared was none other than Wheeler Weaver himself. He picked her up, brought her to the abandoned house, and spent about an hour there before he left. Her body was found in the home around 6 weeks later. In February 2017, Wheeler Weaver was indicted on 3 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, aggravated arson, desecration of human remains, aggravated sexual assault, and kidnapping. He pled not guilty to the 3 murders and the charge of attempted murder. In December 2019, Khalil Wheeler Weaver finally had his day in court. A jury found him guilty of 11 charges, including 3 counts of murder and desecration of human remains, attempted murder, 2 counts of aggravated sexual assault, aggravated arson, and kidnapping. At his sentencing on October 6, 2021, a number of his victims' family members had the opportunity to speak. "I will never forget her smile, her face, her walk, her desire to help homeless people," West's mother said. "The world focuses on the last month of her life. She had a whole entire life before her demise." When it came time for Butler's father to address the court, he turned to face his daughter's killer. "I hope you suffer, boy," he said, every night. Wheeler Weaver's would-be victim, Taylor, also spoke. "My whole life is different. I don't wear makeup anymore. I don't have friends. I'm always paranoid. But I'm happy to still be here," she said. Then, Taylor turned to the judge. "I hope you don't show him any remorse," she added, because he's not showing any remorse. Though Khalil Wheeler Weaver claimed he was framed, the judge sided with his would-be victim and his victims' families. The Tagged killer was sentenced to 160 years in prison. Khalil believed these victims were disposable, he killed them, and then he went on about his day, as if nothing had happened. But each of these women's lives mattered. Let me know, do you think Khalil was framed? We've come to the end, thank you for watching. Don't forget to give the video a thumbs up.
Wow. Yeah, I have like no words. That's just crazy.
Shoot. You can't go by looks anymore. He looked like a good guy.
He did. He looked well put together.
Mm-hmm.
That's just scary. And you know what's even more bad is the fact that the girl was gonna go have sex with him for $500. And she was so young. Just imagine if she would have asked anybody in her family for $500, she would have still be here today.
Mm-hmm. And what made her ask if he was a serial killer? So some instinct must have been going on, but she's ignoring.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. If you have to ask that question, then maybe you shouldn't be going there in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What serial killer is going to tell you he's a serial killer? She'll, don't even ask for serial killer. Ask killer, period. Are you a killer? Do you go around killing people?
Like somebody's gonna tell you the truth.
Yeah. Do you like to strangle women? Do you like the R word?
Right? On your off days, do you go look up chemicals and stuff on how to kill people?
Uh, what's if I go through your YouTube search? Will the first 5 things I find be how to kill, strangle, or poison people?
Yeah, that was sick and twisted, and he had 3 victims.
Mm-hmm.
3 women that he could have killed. And one of them is still in fear of her life. She doesn't date anymore. She's scared. So that impacted her whole life moving forward. You know how much, like, she has to go through so much therapy, so much help. Like, she has to go through all of that just to be able to walk and function in the world.
Mm.
Like, he basically took, like, a good portion of her life away because she's not able to fully be herself and be, and be able to let go.
Yeah. Probably because she don't trust her instincts no more.
Lonnie said that's actually a common question that women ask men on dating apps. Like, men are gonna really tell us that.
That actually they do. Okay, I don't know. I'm surprised. Well, then again, I wasn't much into dating apps. I didn't have the patience for it, nor the I probably could go if I could find it again. Go back to past dating apps where I started off the setup and then I would stop at I would stop and I didn't go back to it, but I didn't shut it down either. So
So my thing is like a dating app is a very like it's not a secure site. And then there's actually good sites to go on if you wanna go have sex for money. And there's like really sites that are dedicated to that. You have like different sites like OnlyFans. You have lots of secret sites that you can do that. Why would you go to a dating app where nobody, all the information that's on there is not even real? People are faking their profiles. People are faking everything.
well, mm, maybe that's a familiar hunting ground. I have no idea. But wait a minute, did he actually meet them on the dating app?
Yeah,
I
not
thought
dating. It was tagged. It was
wasn't
still
was it?
social, but it's still social media. Tagged is like another form of like a chat room,
Oh,
similar to a dating app, where you can just talk to people and whatnot. It's kind of the same thing, but it's like you're having conversations. You're not really directly, telling somebody you're single and you want to date.
oh my goodness! And you notice, okay, his background is that he don't have anything that would say, oh yes, he is a possible serial killer. Because look at his home life, you know. Um, and come to think of it, his last victim was well, wait a minute, not the last. Yeah, she the last one. She was there was nothing in her home life that said that she would sleep with somebody for $500 neither. You know.
Yeah, that's true. So
Hmm.
so Ronnie brings up a good point. Ronnie said, you know, you do also know that women have killed on dating apps as well. We know that too. We're
Yeah. Hmm.
unbiased over here. Don't
It just
worry.
ain't got there yet.
Yeah, we got a video for that.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, we acknowledge that. We're unbiased over here. We know it happens
Yeah.
on both sides. It's not
Yeah.
just it's not just the men.
It's just
But
that we find far more women than we do men.
yes,
I was searching. Some of them were the earliest one I come across was 2 years old, 5 years old, 10 years old.
yes. So I
Mm-hmm.
agree. You know, some women, like they go under these men control. You know, some men they don't like. They just want to be. I would say toxic masculinity, right? They don't work. They don't know how to really get money. All they know is about stealing and robbing. Some men, not all men, and they take these women under their wings, and they make these women pose as like they need help and to get help from other guys who are working, who have money, you know, to assist them if they was to need something. And she will lower those men in, and the guys will kill or ransack the man's place and take him for what he got. I think there's a series. It's called For the Love of My Man or something like that, where a lot of women get locked up and put in
Uh-huh.
situations where they're set aside from their family. They're locked up, they end up killing themselves or they end up dying or doing a lot of things that
Or
they
they do killing. They finding women to do evil things to.
yeah. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna play the next video.
Okay. Ooh, ooh, oh shoot! Hold on. I went into the wrong video. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Sorry about that. I had went to the wrong video. Uh, 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 uh.
Oh no, you're good.
All right. Here we go. Okay. Wait. Do I have it down there twice? Oh. All right. All right. I got too many of them with the same title. I was like, what the
Yeah, I
heck
can
is
go
this?
for
All right. All right. Okay.
that. Okay.
Let's see. Yes, that's it. That's it. I gotta start paying attention to the preview. Okay. Okay. Here we go, everybody.
Two cousins are accused of using a dating app to lure two men to their deaths. Jessica Wiley takes a look at the two crimes that police have connected and the warning for others who use those dating apps to find love.
Through our investigation and through things that we discovered, we realized that these cases were most likely linked.
Two men believed lured on social media sites and then killed for their money. And Wynn has never been found. Glenzer Solomon's body was found in February.
I saw a hand sticking out like this. It wasn't moving. It had painted fingernails.
Jonathan Colesmith discovered the body a week after the St. Luke's nurse was reported missing. Then in late March, Wynn, a 26-year-old University of Houston student, also disappeared. Now investigators believe cousins Brandon Lyons and Jared Allen, who shared this North Harris County apartment, are responsible. Lyons is in jail. Allen has yet to be arrested.
His last known whereabouts were in El Paso, Texas, in early to mid-April. Since then, we don't know where he is.
Lyons was first charged with stealing Solomon's BMW SUV. Eyewitness News has learned phone records also place him near where the 44-year-old's body was dumped, beaten and strangled, then strategically covered with pillows.
They were nicely stacked, and there were like three covering the face, where the face would have been.
According to court records, surveillance video shows Allen driving Wynn's car and using his debit card to withdraw hundreds of dollars in cash. The Jeep was later abandoned. Allen is on the run, and Wynn's family and friends are hopeful more information comes in that will help find him.
Just come forth and give information. He's someone's child. He's somebody's friend. He's somebody's uncle. So just if you know any information, please let the police know.
That was Jessica Wiley reporting. Detectives say they still have a lot to figure out, including if the suspects are serial killers. They're warning people who use dating apps to meet in public and to bring a friend.
Wow, so that was 2 men who got killed.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important to me at a public location. That's sad. You know, and those men could have like working their jobs, people relied on them. And that's a sudden loss. That's a loss to community. That's a loss to an organization. That's a loss to a family.
Yeah. And if the last known place that other guy, the killer, was seen in El Paso, oh well, he's probably in Mexico by now.
Yeah. It's like you're that desperate for money that you will kill a human being, a person who has a spirit and a soul, you know? Someone who grew. Like, you know, it took them so many years to get to this point in life. And for you to have the audacity to kill somebody.
Yeah. Okay. I always get the feeling that the other two got off on killing. This is this is about money.
Yeah, it's mostly about money. And it's like you're that desperate to do that. Like, do you know there's so much ways of making money nowadays? Like, there's a stock market. You can even drive for Uber. You can drive for Lyft. You can do Uber Eats. You can do a lot of things nowadays. Like, I don't understand. Like, I really don't. You can even go start your own business and start cleaning yards. You can do that. You can start cleaning cars. Like, I'm pretty sure somebody will give you a break if you go from door to door and tell them you're having a hard time and you can clean the yard or you can clean their car, you can do something of that nature. I
Yeah.
just I just don't get it. You could even grow plants and you can sell your plants for like $5 or $3. It might take some time, but there's so many ways of making money. Your mind is expansional. Like you can think, you can brainstorm on things. You don't have to go out there and kill a human being.
Oh, Bomb says you have to have a car to drive for others. I guess these dudes didn't have a car. That's probably why they stole them.
You can go from door to door and you can go be like, I'll clean your yard. I'll clean your car. Like there's a whole bunch of organizations that are dedicated to helping people in the need. We got shelters, we got food banks, we have the church. The church is always there to help you. There's no reason. It's unjustifiable for you to go kill a human being. That's all I have to say to that. That's unjustifiable. There's no reason why you should do that. The only reason you should do that is for self defense or somebody spreading your life. There's no reason why you should kill somebody.
Hmm. No, but the thing there must be some kind of a mentality that will go to killing the people for the money. Why not just rob them and just take off with the money, take off with the car? But
A
no,
sensible person would do that. A cruel and evil person will kill them because they're scared and they don't know and they don't know what to do and they're scared. So they rather get rid of the evidence.
okay.
Like you
Uh,
have to be like really, really down and out to do something like that.
yeah. Mom was like, people not answering door for strangers unless it's children. But I agree, no one should be killing another person. And Drea says people will look for legitimate ways to make it if they have pride and ambition. People rob and kill people for less than money, sometimes phones, even an empty pocketbook.
Yeah, it's not worth it to rob somebody nowadays or kill them because people don't carry large amounts of cash. So you're gonna kill somebody for $5 or $10?
Yeah.
What is the purpose in that? Yeah.
So
Okay, let's go to the next video. That was
okay. Bro Speak says only met two persons on a dating app, but that was a long time ago. It really depends on the app and using common sense. Doesn't always prevent everything, but most things. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see. All right. Here we go. All right. Here's the next one.
Scheibel, thank you for joining us. A warning tonight after an online dating connection turned deadly for an Auburndale man. Police found the body of 27-year-old Adam Hillary Friday night. Police believe a woman that he met online used a dating site to lure him in. And then, after going on a date, she took 3 men to his home who robbed and killed him. Melissa Marino joins us now at the victim's home in Auburndale. And Melissa, what a terrible occurrence that's happened here. Can you tell us more?
Yes, Stacy, the victim brought his date back here after an evening together to his apartment. She came back several hours later with company. It sounds like a story from a Hollywood movie, but this nightmare is all too real for the family of 26-year-old Adam Hillary.
I would never want no one to be in the shoes I am in right now, or my family, or any of our close friends, anyone.
According to police, Hillary met this woman, 18-year-old Haley Bustos, on the online dating site Plenty of Fish. They went on a date Thursday and ended up at his place on Sunset Avenue. Police believe it was all part of a sick plan.
She did obviously get a look inside his apartment of what he had.
A few hours later, Bustos went back to Hillary's apartment, this time with these 3 men.
I think the plan was that he get robbed and that they take his stuff.
At some point, there was a struggle. Police tell us that's when Andre Warner pulled the trigger. They believe Bustos used the online dating site to lure Hillary in, and this may not be her first time.
Her comfort with the way this went didn't seem like it would have been the first time. And if she hasn't done it, then she's talked to people that have done it.
Now a little girl will grow up without her father. His family and police want his death to be a warning for others.
There's so many places that you can check people out now on the computer. It's probably a good idea to do that first. Also, on a first date, you really shouldn't take somebody to the place that you live.
He had to sacrifice his life for it not to happen anymore.
These white candles are still lit from a vigil held here over the weekend. Very sad and also very scary. As for these suspects, they are facing first-degree murder and other charges, and I looked into it. They do have, all of them, previous criminal records. Stacy?
Melissa, they were able to piece this together, it seems like, pretty quickly. How did they figure it out?
So we're told police actually heard about another robbery in Winter Haven on the scanner, and they kind of just thought on a hunch, so they checked into it. Sure enough, it was the same suspects, and they found evidence in their car linking them to this crime.
All right, Melissa Marino, live in Polk County tonight. Thank you.
wow.
Wow.
You could say that, oh, she wasn't exotical. That's why she, but no, that's not even the point of it. But she lowered him in. Like, I don't like a guy, even guys, you guys think you're gonna get lucky tonight. That's a red flag. Like, do you need to sleep with a woman right away? Do you need to take her back to your place right away? Even that should be a red flag for you, especially when you're dating.
Yeah. Let's go back to your place.
Yeah, that's not. And then she had the audacity to come back a couple of hours later. The nerve of these people, they're bold.
Yeah. Went over there. I guess she was looking around. Oh, man, use your bathroom. Looking around for some money. And but made a note of all the nice stuff he had. It's like, it was nice dating you. Bye-bye. And then come back.
You know, it's so sad. This is what we talk about. And some guys think, oh, I got it like that, these girls like me, I could get girls like that and all of this. And lo and behold, lo and behold, they find a girl who they think really likes them. Lo and behold, she's only there to see what you have,
Oh,
what she can
and
get.
hey, did you pay attention to her age? She's 18. You guys that been those guys out there that been screaming, hollering, I'm gonna give me a young one and stuff like that. Hey, she's 18.
She's 18.
She's
You guys know what it is when you guys say stuff like that. You're setting the game point to get played. People knowing exactly the way you think. You're just setting yourself up to be to be preyed upon. People are just gonna prey upon you, and you make it seem like that's what you want. Because what do you say? I want somebody who's younger. I want somebody who's 25 and younger, who's 18, 19. I want somebody who's young. And lo and behold, you think these girls are young, docile, and they don't know anything. And they should want to be with you. And you think these girls find you attractive. That's what you want to believe. You don't want to know the truth.
Yeah, Bro Speak says POF got a lot of brothers hemmed up in Houston. So POF guess had plenty of scammers or robbers on their sites.
Yes, they do. I would say if you're gonna go date online, do not use the dating site POF. I think all of them is like really bad, but like I think Bumble is a step above because you actually have to have your picture, and they have to identify you, so they have to look at your face and make sure your picture identifies who you are, and they want your social media sites on there too.
Wow, okay.
But yeah, after like, oh my god, like these, yeah, POF is not a good site.
These
It's
girls ain't playing with these dudes nowadays. Yeah, that's right, Bro Speak. These girls ain't playing because just they are on social media more than any age group of women.
so they hear y'all saying this nonsense and this stuff about, oh no, when you're 25, you hit the wall. I want a younger girl where I can train her, or I can show her what I like, or she'll be more submissive and all that other stuff. Yeah, she gonna play submissive until she open the door for her boys to come and rob you. All right.
they think that these girls find them attractive. They don't want to know the truth. Like, did you I don't understand. Why do you think you got to get the money? And they don't want to listen to us to let them know that you need to be able to have good conversations. You need to be able to take care of yourself. You too need to become attractive for your partner. It can't just be one-sided. No, that's too much smoke. They can't hear that. That's too real for them. If you don't want to do the work on yourself and you want to just go get some money, what do you think is gonna happen to you? How they say it's just fake. Like it's not really actually doing the work. You want to do a halfway job. What do you think you're gonna get? This is like funny.
Yeah.
Or worse, they send a transformer after them. All right, let's go to the
Oh,
next
worse,
video.
they send a transform. Okay, now we're getting into the timestamp videos.
Yeah, so this one, yes. So this one, it shouldn't really play her much, but yeah, that's fine. I gave you the timestamp, so that's good.
Okay. All right. Let me see.
Oh, and I sent you another one through your email. That's gonna be a funny one.
Okay. All right.
Target. And that man might not be targeting you For you, didn't you say you have a daughter? Didn't you say you have a son? When you start dating a man, the man don't need to know nothing except I have a child. Oh, you have a boy or a girl? I'm really not comfortable telling you that. Oh, well, why not? Why you don't want to tell me? It's not that big of a deal. Why are you pressuring me to tell you? I have a child. How old is your child? Not comfortable telling you that. If you tell a man you're not comfortable telling him something, that should be the end of that discussion. He should switch the topic politely, respectfully, because he respects the fact that you're not comfortable to tell him that. He respects the fact that you don't want to answer that right now. How do men really feel about single mothers? Well, you want a family dynamic. You want a family dynamic. That's what you want, right? I'll pretend to give it to you. Yeah. When you finally get comfortable with me and I'm around your child, I'll manipulate your child into believing that they actually have a stepfather. But I really don't care about your child. As a matter of fact, if your child falls down the steps, it's not my fault. It's really not. You thought I was really gonna watch your child? People make it seem like I'm really sitting on here just really like making men seem like they're demons, but really think about it. Do you think a man that's not the father of your child is truly going to sit there and play into the full and complete role of the child as if he really is the biological father? I think not. You have a body on you. I'm tolerating the child because I want to keep sleeping with you. And you're going to let me keep sleeping with you because I'm giving you love and I'm playing catch with your son. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting on Disney for your daughter. She watching Disney, I'm playing catch with your son. Let's be for real. Let's be for real. Is there a man out there who's going to love you for you and actually fit into that piece to be that stepfather and be a good stepfather or good father to your child? Yes. Yes, there is men who have no problem being a stepfather. There is men who is good men. There is good men. Don't get me wrong.
All right.
Okay. So that one, I think what he's saying is true. You don't want to like a person want to know so much about your children. Um, it could be especially their age, and it's like okay, that's okay. Like, why does that matter to you? I don't think you should tell them like the first day. You should mention, or maybe the second date you should mention you have kids. But obviously when you're dating, you're dating to meet the person and get to know them, not to get to know their kids, right? You have to get to know me first and like me first before you even think about getting to know my son or my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Well, yeah, I don't think you should be telling them about your children on the first date and stuff like that. In fact, I wish some people would stop putting their children on their not their dating profiles, but on their like Facebooks, social media. Let me see, Facebook, Instagram, all kind of other stuff. Stop putting your kids on there. Stop putting your kids all over the place.
I will argue and say you could keep your kids on there, but I would say should not put your kids on a dating profile. I would say that you should not take your kids to go meet him. Like, you don't meet my kids until we're exclusive dating, and this is I'm what you want, and you're okay with that. If not, then no.
Yeah. 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 In fact, you won't know in the in the first date, if you in a serious relationship or not, Hello, Drea's up.
Did you want to add something, Drea?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, guys? Um, I just wanted to add that it's imperative when you're on these dating sites to not give out too much information because, like the guy said, a lot of people are just looking to see if you have kids. And sometimes when people ask me, if you have kids or not, I only have one child currently, but I tell them I have kids. I'm not going to go into the full details of how many kids I have, what are their ages, what are their age range, because that's not something that they need to know. You might not even be talking to the person after the first or second date. They might fall off on the third date. But knowing if you have one child, if you're a boy or a girl, that's too much information. Too much info. And the guy is definitely correct. You got to be careful about who you bring around your kids because not everybody who's watching your kid, even if they say they're boyfriend or your girlfriend watching your kid, really cares about your kid.
No.
They could be just there for you. You see it all the time. Boyfriend or girlfriend kills their partner's kid. They were watching them. They beat them to death. And it's always in the comments what you hear or what you see in the comments is why these single mothers is doing this and looking for guys and having the guys watch their kids. It's just that you gotta be cautious. Whatever you do, you just have to be cautious.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, I
think
agree.
you should not bring your kids around whoever you're dating until you absolutely know it's going to be marriage or something prolonged of that nature. And even though you do it in small increments and you see how he reacts and if he's acceptable to that.
And be prepared to accept that he may only be interested in you, not the kids. Yeah, so you gotta decide, if he's into it because he's into you, or he is looking, if he's okay with being a stepfather, you know. And don't be so quick to throw them in that role too quickly. Yeah. Don't live together. Don't spend the night bringing your kids over there. Don't have them watching your kids. If they seem to get irritated about, especially the younger your child is, about the noise they make, the things they do, are they quick tempered? Or as in one case, the guy was fine until the kid accidentally unplugged the video game he was playing. He didn't see that child as a baby, as a toddler, didn't know what they were doing. He just was mad that his game was messed up. How mature is the guy you interested in?
Oh, Drea, can you mute your mic when Jamie's speaking?
Okay. And Bro Speak says, don't sneak the kid on the date neither. Oh, you remember that video that went viral for a while because a woman asked a man to pay for McDonald's pay for a child Happy Meal, and it was their first date.
First of all, I would not be at McDonald's on my first date.
No. They weren't going to McDonald's on the first date. She asked if you don't mind bringing McDonald's because she promised she was bringing her child something to eat. I guess he picked her up from work, bringing her, and then she was going to give her child that, get ready for the date, and then they were going out on the date. So he was like, okay, no problem, bring you to McDonald's. We'll just make a quick stop. But when the time came to pay, she was looking at him. He was looking at her like, this is your child. And why should I have to pay for the Happy Meal? And she was like, well, you go, and something about you dating me. So yeah.
That's a
I'm like,
controversial topic. Because I feel like if a man got it and he just got it like that, he wouldn't mind spending money to assist with babysitting, to assist with anything that you need if he really like you and he's into you.
so.
So that's why I feel like that's a controversial topic. Because
Mhm.
some people are very stingy, some people don't think about others, some people feel like I shouldn't have to do that.
Or
And
some
which is
people
right,
feel
they
like
shouldn't
it's
have
a
to.
first date. I'm trying to get to know you. You know, you know. The McDonald's the perfect first date. If you're what 10 and y'all going to Ronald McDonald. Here comes Bro Speak. Hello, Bro Speak.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
Hey,
you have
what's
something to
going
say?
on? Yeah, I don't think that's a cool idea because at the end of the day, that's your child. We're on a first date. There
Yeah,
should be
but
no reason why I should be paying for your child. I don't know you. That's like that's a red flag for me right there,
all
personally,
right, that's
because
you. That's for you as a guy. That's why I say it's a controversial topic.
okay,
I
yeah,
just said that it's controversial because
I,
you might think you don't have to, and it's not your right, and you're absolutely right. But some guys they want to do that out the generous of their heart, or they just want to because they're dating a girl and they want to have a good
if
impression, and
if
it's
that
and they got it like that.
if to me, if you a woman telling me that looking at me like I should pay, like it's expected that I pay for your child that you created with another man on a first date, no, I'm not talking to you no more. That's a foul thing. I'm sorry, that's foul. You don't do stuff like that. That's more like some woman asking me for money on. I just dated you. Now all of a sudden you're asking me for rent money. I've had that happen.
That's
What?
that's that's
I don't
different.
know
That's
you.
a,
That's
a, a
not.
kid's meal versus rent. That's two different things.
That's it's the same principle.
I don't think so. I
I
think that's
don't know you. I don't know you like that, and I should not be helping you with your bills if we're on a first date. That's your responsibility. It's not mine.
you're
So as
right.
far as that's not my responsibility. If you can't pay for a McDonald's Happy Meal for your child, how we going how we as we progress further, I'm going to look at you. You're not really good with your money at that point. I'm sorry, I can't. No, we can't be dating. No,
I mean, to each his own. Like I said, if you're coming from a different person's perspective, they're generous and they're open and they will want to do more. Some people are like you; they feel like they shouldn't have to, and you should have your own kid. Some men are generous. Some men feel like, okay, I'm dating her. I probably know her for a while. I don't mind doing that. This is our
no.
first date. It doesn't matter to me. It depends on the person. I feel like if you got it like that and you're generous, I feel like most men would do it. And I've
No,
seen I've seen
most men
most
are
men
not
do
going to do
it. Both speak, you can talk all you want, but I'm gonna let you know that even my sister, she's went on dates and men have given her money first date. Men have taken her and her kids out to eat. I've seen it countless times. So you can't speak for all men. You can speak for yourself. You wouldn't do it, but like I said, I've seen men who do it, and they just want to do it is because of the kindness of their heart.
and that woman
That's
is
different.
probably
Nothing
taking
different.
advantage of it.
Why is
That's
that taking advantage if he wants to do that? Some men want to feel like they're needed. Like some men want to
yeah,
feel that way.
I just found that's kind of foul. Again, if we're just dating,
Again, bro,
I
speak.
get that.
That's case by case basis. I'm telling you right now, like I swear to you, my sister, she has men that takes her out, give her money, and take her kid out on a date and feed him, and he's happy that she has her son there, and he feels good because he's allowed to feel like a man because he feels good because he's helping the child out, and the child is there, and the child is happy, and the woman is happy. So I feel like that's a case by case basis. And I know
Well,
you feel strongly about that, and I respect your stance.
yeah. Well, now is that something to be expected then?
Hold on, Sham. Sham wants to speak on this. Go ahead, Sham.
All right.
Yeah, just obviously sorry to interrupt. It's but just before I'd say hi, you step in the door, you want to say hi,
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I do have an opinion on it. That's why I jumped on as well. I think what the gentleman was saying about why should I pay for the child, I think that's totally wrong. What's your intentions with a woman if you're not planning to have any form of interactions with the child? How can a mother who obviously loves the child see any kind of place for you in her life if you're disrespecting the kid? That should be a red flag. And also as well, getting a little happy meal or a little snack to make sure that the child is happy so that the woman's happy. Even if you're just trying to get in bed with the woman, make the whole situation happy, and it's going to go a lot smoother for you. For you to be saying you don't want nothing to do with the child, the woman should be saying I want nothing to do with you. Stay away from that woman. What's your
I did
intentions
not.
to go near her?
That's not what I said.
You
Well,
know what?
I'm
Sham
saying
makes
it.
a good point. I agree with Sham in some cases. Yes, if you really want to press the woman, you would do that because you like her. I mean, if you
Of
don't
course,
care about
it's
her,
common
you wouldn't
sense.
do
And if it's expected, then no. But
Nobody's
if
expecting you to do that, but if you like a
well,
woman and you want to impress her, you're gonna try to make her happy and appease her.
yeah,
Your
but I'm
inner
not doing
spirit
that.
should expect you to do that.
Hmm.
Yourself, you understand? Your soul
Uh,
should be screaming out for you to do that. That's a little kid, man. You understand? The kid didn't have no choice about that situation, and you're sitting
okay,
there,
but that's not
and
my kid,
you're
though.
catching feelings about. Yeah, but it's a little kid.
That's not my
You
kid.
understand? It could be a. Yeah, but so if you
That's
see a
my
kid in
my.
trouble in the street, you will help that kid. It's a kid. It's a child. A child is
That's on
divine
a
by
case by
God. It's
case
a
basis.
child. It's simple as that. Let them have fun.
That's
Let
still
them
case
enjoy
by
their little
case
life.
basis. That's a
You
case
know.
by case basis.
What, to let a child have the
So
best life is a case by case basis. Make it make sense, man.
depend,
Like, what are you
depend
saying
on the
though?
child. Depend on the
What's
child.
this? You gotta
Hey,
explain that, man.
Because
To
if
hey,
I
me,
see
you
the
help.
child,
Go
okay,
ahead.
it depends on the child, their reputation, how they are. If I see he's a badass little kid, no, I ain't helping him with shit. But if I see that he's actually needing help, yes, I will help him. But if you don't,
Yeah,
if
but
the
you're
kid's
making a
on some
snap
bullshit,
judgment while you're dating his
Yeah, that was
mother. You don't know that
controversial,
child.
Speak. That was very controversial. How you gonna say if
yeah,
he's a badass kid? Why would you be talking to a mother with a badass kid?
because
oh, so hi
Exactly.
well, I
guys.
wouldn't be talking to him with a badass kid.
Hi
But
guys.
You
like
could never be in that
we're going
situation
by
then.
on some. I don't even know this kid,
Hey,
and you're saying that it should be out of the goodness of my heart to give to a kid that I don't even know, that I don't even see that I'm going to be in the child life long term. I don't know. I don't
Brother,
even know the
we're
mother
renting a
yet.
happy meal, brother. A happy meal.
It don't
I
matter.
know over here in
Y'all
London,
looking at the
it's like, what is
cost.
it,
I'm looking at
$2,
the
£2?
principle. I'm looking at the principle, not the cost. You're looking
But
at
you
the
have no
cost.
principle, my brother. You have no principle if you're doing that.
I do have
Listen, we all know
principles.
what it's like.
I
When we get older, we get bills, we get stress, we get everything. Let the child
Okay,
just
and
enjoy his
yes,
life. Yeah?
I agree. And
okay,
if the
You
child is
and
don't
only
you
three
don't
or
know the
4 years
situation
old,
yet. Yeah, and you don't know
when
about he
and
might have a
again,
father in his
I'm
life.
on the first date with the woman. I don't know her yet.
it
That's the
doesn't
well
other
matter.
what
thing.
You want
I
to
don't
meet a
know
good
what was
her
your
person.
yet.
what was your intention of asking her out in the first place?
Yeah.
To get to know her, not to
For
be
what?
paying.
Without the child.
To what goal?
If I'm out on a date with her, I'm trying to get to know her.
No,
So
there's
that's
some.
the point.
Let's read. Let us clear what's in between the lines. Getting to know
What
her adds up to something. What are you looking for when you ask a woman out?
getting to know her to see if I want to marry her or not. If it's going to
Okay.
continue or it's going to be casual or whatever. But I
All
won't know
right.
that until I get to know her.
Okay. Okay. I'll come at it from a different perspective, right? You've given to
Mhm.
charity from time to time, no doubt, right? So what makes her different? What makes giving charity to a child in that instance different than a stranger?
Okay, well, I come at it a different way. Should it be expected of me to do that?
Yes. How
Should it
about
be
that?
It
expected?
was just
Okay, then no,
Yes. We leave it safe.
if
then
you
Yes.
we
are
got a
aware.
problem. No, it's
See,
not
see.
expected.
Well,
No, it should not be
you're
expected.
I think it should.
you. This is the thing, though. Why didn't you cancel? Why as soon as she told you that she has children, you realize that that comes with expectations and getting to know her. You're not just getting to know her because, well, I wouldn't advise a woman to introduce their children to a stranger. I wouldn't advise that. But just say hypothetically, you come across a fool that decides to do that, and
Mhm.
this foolish, beautiful woman, this beautiful fool. By the way, can we after this date, can we stop by McDonald's and pick up Happy Meals for my child or children? And you're saying you have a problem with that, even though you are getting to know her,
I
right?
have a
You
problem if
obviously knew she had children. You knew she had children, but you just, you don't want to put the children in the equation. So what is your intention?
Yeah.
okay, we're making the assumption that she told me off the jump that she had children. That's number one. Two, if we're going by that story, she's looking to him like as though it's expected to him to pay for that. There wasn't no, can you do this for my child? Okay, cool, good enough. She took him. They went to McDonald's, and when the bill came, she expecting him to pay. She
Yeah, I think that's
expecting him to
normal.
pay.
I think that's actually
No, that's
normal. You're
not
making a big
normal.
problem.
That's not
It
my.
Yes,
is.
That's
it is. That's
that's
Obviously,
not
normal.
a.
obviously,
Any
That's not
guy
my
would pay.
child.
brother, if you're
I,
not
I,
And
gonna
I, I
pay,
don't.
expect
obviously she's gonna give
if
the.
you if this was something where we discussed that, I don't have it, and okay, fine. But if we go in there,
You want to
I'm
embarrass her
expecting
there and
you
then.
to
You want to.
pay for something, and you're looking at me like I'm supposed to pay. Yes, that's a problem. I'm sorry.
Nah,
You don't put that
nah.
on some. You don't put that on a
If
guy
that
like
happened to
that.
me, I would not date
Oh,
you. To be honest, I wouldn't. I'll just be like,
yeah,
what?
Well,
yeah.
we would not be, but you're not supposed to put that on somebody and expect them to pay. That's not cool on any
I think.
circumstances. Now,
I think.
if you ask me, yes, then you give me a choice. You don't look at me like I don't have no choice in the matter as I should pay because that's my responsibility. No, it's not.
I think
Oh,
it's
I'm
okay.
a
sorry.
form of being
Yeah,
selfish.
yeah, get what I'm trying. You get what I'm trying to say
I,
is
I think I hear what you're saying. There's two sides to every coin. I think I hear what you're saying, though.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
you
saying.
see, the woman did not ask him if he'd be willing to pay. When the time that came to pay for the food, she looked at him like she was expecting him to pay.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Look, there are men who are generous. I give you that. But the women would be asking him, "Hey, dude, I don't have it or whatever." If
I
the man does
I
it, that
feel
is
like
his choice. But if you are going at it like he's expected to pay, well, he's dating me. You expected to
This
pay for the children. Then no,
this
that's not
listen,
cool.
I
Especially
think
it's
the
a
man
first
should pull out
date.
his
I'm
wallet
sorry,
and
that's
pay
not
she
before
cool.
the
she
woman
shouldn't
even says anything.
she shouldn't have to tell you that she ain't got it. That's my
Exactly.
problem with your narrative.
Well, wait a
She shouldn't
second,
have
but
to tell you. Why you keep saying that?
why then? Why if she ain't got it? Why is she even dating? That's what I'm trying to understand that
Why?
part too.
Why?
Again,
Well,
if you're going on a date expecting men to pay for your way and your children's way, that's a big problem.
It's
I
a
think that's a
date.
big
It's a
well,
simple gesture.
that's a big
I think
problem.
We're not asking
I
you to
think
come home
people don't
and pay
ask per.
bills and do everything. We're just asking you to do a simple gesture. Show me
I
that you're
think
interested, you
That's
care.
if you ask, yes.
well,
But if you
Why do we have
expecting
to
and you
ask?
coming, if
You should
um,
do it. You should automatically do it.
why
I
should I
shouldn't have
do
to ask.
something for your child on a first date? I don't even know the child. I don't even know you. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't get that whole.
well, you obviously had a phone conversation before you went on a date. Didn't you think to ask her questions that are relevant to your level of comfort? Or you just like, what are we
But
talking about here? You didn't talk
didn't
to
we just
her
say a few
before you
minutes
went
ago
on a
we don't
date?
want to tell people about having kids on a phone conversation on the first date? So how am I supposed to know that I mean, which way are we gonna go with it? Should we tell
Okay.
people on their
I
first
think
date that
it's
they have
your
children?
think it's
And
I
it
think it's your responsibility. Hold on. If you see a woman that you are enamored with, yes, I said enamored. Look it up. If you find a woman that you're smitten or enamored with, and you just have to approach her, and you get a phone number, you get a contact information, and you all happen to, cupcake 2 days later on the phone for maybe an hour or two. Within that hour or two of conversation, it's your responsibility because you approached her to inquire everything that may or may not make you uncomfortable. It's your responsibility to ask those difficult questions. And if she is found to be a liar, then you're justified in saying, you know what? You lied to me. You're an opportunist. I got to go. And you know what I'm saying? Like, say for instance, you cupcaking with her for 1 or 2 hours, and you ask the pertinent questions, like, so how many children do you have, if any? And she says, well, I don't have any children. And next thing you know, okay, you all set up a date for later on that week, and on the way back from the date, she's like, can we stop by McDonald's to get these kids something to eat? And you tell her, you said you didn't have any children. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Now, just say she's slick about it. She said, no, I mean for my little cousins. Just say she pulls some crap like that. What you find yourself with is a deceitful woman, and you have every right to exit stage left in that circumstance. But you have to admit that if you didn't set up a scenario to where you are more likely than not to be comfortable with this woman on the first date, it's your fault for not guarding the expectation. Like you're putting it all on. You're making it sound like, am I expected to do this? No, what you're expected to do, as a matter of fact, is make sure you hedge off the bets that you're going to be comfortable on this first date. You have to ask the relevant questions because
okay.
you make it seem like, I'm getting to know her. You're supposed to already have some idea of what you're getting into. Okay.
So
I hope I
okay.
made sense.
Well,
I'm sorry if it sounds like a rant.
I
No, it's all good. I don't know if Bo Speak grew. I don't know where he grew up at, but when I was growing up and I seen people dating, especially when women had kids, you will always see the man. He'll bring toys. He'll buy toys for the kids. He'll bring candy. He'll do simple gestures like that, and he haven't even.
That's it. That's it. That's if she confesses during the cupcake phone call, that she has to. But if she doesn't, if she comes across like, I don't have children. And then as it turns out, she does have attachment to some children that she's expecting him to cover for. I can see why he would be offended by that because she lied in that
Yeah,
circumstance.
yeah.
But he's not talking about a lie. He's talking about Like in general, that's why I'm trying to pinpoint. Like, are you talking about in general? Like, I'm trying to get to know you, not your kids, even though I knew you had kids coming in. You know, when I asked you for your phone number, I knew you had children. I just don't want to get to know your children. I'm just waiting on the opportunity to jump your bones. That's it. Like, is that what you up to? Like, what are you saying?
That's what it sounds like, Bo Speak, when you say
That's
that.
not what, and that's
Well,
not
that's
what
what
I'm
it come
saying.
across. I'm just
Well,
letting you
that's what
know.
y'all think. That's
That's
not
what it's
what
being
come
perceived
across.
as.
Y'all perceive whatever. That's not what it is. If
And
I'm getting
Well,
to
what
know
is
you,
it?
I'm getting to know you.
do you not
But
want
did
to
you
But
see
know
then,
she
me
but
surface
didn't
had
we
with
just
you?
have
children?
something earlier where we were saying don't tell people about your kids right off the bat? I mean, so which one do you
Did,
want? Either you're going to tell me about the kids off the bat, because again, just like it's my responsibility
it's your
to know about these kids,
to
it's
ask.
her
It's your yes.
responsibility to let
That's
me
right.
know that you got kids too. So it's like we want to put it on one side, and well, leave
You
the
did
other
the
side alone. And I'm
approaching.
not trying to put it on either one side or the other. It should be on both sides. If you're gonna let me know that you
You
got
did.
kids, then let me know. If you're not gonna do that, so either way, it
Nah.
seems like we want to put it on one side and then put it on the men's side to figure all this stuff out,
You
as
you
opposed
you make
to,
a good
hey,
point.
you're the woman. You need to know if this man's going to be a good father or whatever. You need to let him know off the bat. Hey, I got a child. Either, I mean, it's like
You make a
which
good
one
point.
side, which
If
one
it
side
wasn't for the
do we
fact
want it?
you make a
I mean,
good point, if it wasn't for the fact that you approached her in the first place. So it's
why?
the
Why?
responsibility is on you to inquire
Why?
those important issues.
If she is
She
interested
didn't
in
come to
me on
you. You
passing,
went to her.
if she's still interested in me, shouldn't she
She
let me know that? I mean,
no,
if we're gonna continue
no. You
something,
asked
okay,
you asked
so the woman should don't have no
look,
responsibility as part of finding
no,
out if
that's
this
not
man
what I'm
who is
saying.
approaching me
I'm talking about the system
is
of
going to
dating.
be.
I'm talking
I'm
about the
talking about
system.
in general. Should that woman let me know before I continue this further? Hey, I have a child. If you're saying that that woman don't have to tell you shit, okay, well, and so we go on, and I have to find out later on, or we go to McDonald's. Hey, buy this for my child. Wait a second, you didn't tell me about no child.
Then that's different.
I mean, so which one do we want it? Do we want to
I'm
let
trying to.
everything know off?
You don't want to hear it though. Okay.
If this guy is pursuing you, hey, I gotta let you know I have a child.
See,
Should
you
that
make it
be?
seem like this is the thing, right? You make it seem like she is she's a solicitor, uninvited solicitor, when you're the one that solicited her, right? And when I say that, I mean it with all due respect. I'm not trying to make it sound seedy or anything. What I'm saying is you approached her, and it is your responsibility as the approacher, not just because you're a man, but as the approacher, because women can do it too. As the approacher, it's your responsibility to have a series of really relevant questions set up so that when you do go on the date, you can find how they demonstrate in correlation to those questions. Like, okay, if she's saying that she enjoys fine dining, right? And you ask her, "Oh, have you taken an etiquette class for fine dining?" And she was like, "Well, yeah, some stupid shit like that." And next thing you know, you go ahead, because she just that fine. You take her to a 3 Michelin star restaurant, and she don't know 1/4 from a spoon because all she did was eat at Popeyes all her life. Then you know that she was lying about what it is she's about. I'm saying that it's your responsibility as the approacher, be it man or woman, to utilize that conversation as a preliminary opportunity to establish where they're going to demonstrate their integrity. A lot lot of people, they just, how you doing? You know, and then they think they're going to go on a date. No, you got to set up the scenario to where they have to demonstrate whether or not everything they said on the phone with you is fact or fiction. That's what the date is for.
So
Demonstration.
I'm
You know,
trying to.
the phone call is information. The date is demonstration. Okay?
Okay, I think
Does that make sense?
okay, you guys.
Well,
I think we went on too long. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have everybody go across and voice their opinion on it. And we're just gonna let this conversation go because we've been doing this for 20 minutes now. So we're gonna go around. So we're gonna go to Black Knight and then Dame and then Sham, then Drea, and then you, Mella, and then both speak and then me, and then we're gonna move on. So Black Knight, do you have anything to say on this? Black Knight? Okay, I think he's sleeping. Dame?
Okay. Because I know all the facts and stuff like that. I'm going to have to side with Bro Speak on this. It was the expectation that he should have paid. It wasn't. She didn't ask. She just, when the time come to pay, she looked at him and he looked at her. To me, I thought she was wrong, and I'm on Bro Speak's side when it comes to that particular situation.
Okay, Sham, did you want to speak on it?
Okay. Well, what I'll say, I'll try to give some positive criticism instead of going at him because that's his mindset. I would say to him that you can potentially destroy any future connection you're going to have with a child because of the root work that you're doing in the beginning. So if that child remembers that you used to diss the child in the early days, as in you would be so petty that you would go to a restaurant and not buy food, you're destroying your own future if you was ever to fall in love with this woman and to build a relationship. You will be begging that child for forgiveness the way you disrespected that child. Yeah. And secondly, I don't understand the mindset of a man that would see a child go hungry. To me, that's absolutely shocking. And as far as expectations, I think yes, you should be expected to pay. Yeah, is that woman expected to lie down with you? Do you expect things from her? Like, come on, man. Like, what we doing here? Yeah, that's her child. Is going to be a part of her life, and anytime you're expecting not to pay, I find it as a straight disrespect. And I find it very concerning as well that you would see a child go hungry. So I'll just leave it as that.
Okay, Drea, did you want to add anything? Drea? I don't know if we can't hear you.
I think she's having a mic issue. She unmuted.
Okay, you could come out and come back in. Mella, did you want to, state your ending, closing arguments to this?
You know I do.
I know that.
Look, all I'm saying is you're taking those in the mother away from the children for a particular time of the evening. The least you could do is demonstrate some type of good intention by providing for the children that you know exist in her life. And when I say providing, I'm not saying break the bank. I'm not saying taking them to Disneyland. But in the scenario that I'm just trying to catch up to, it would appear that you just want to get affection from her, damn the children, and you haven't considered that you're taking her away from the children. And I don't know if you looked at it like that. It's like, she could have been at home with her children making a meal for them, but she spent time getting gussied up and beautiful for you, and she out with you when she could have been at home with her children. So, why shouldn't she demonstrate to the children that, this is there's this guy that I went on a date. Well, she ain't got to give them a scenario, but I think it'll work out if you just, not have a chip on your shoulder about a woman wanting you to have something for the children that you already know exists. If you didn't know they exist, that's different. That I could see the shock and awe. You know, I could understand what you're saying about the principle if you didn't know about them. But if you knew about them, like what's the problem? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay, Drea, did you want to add something to it?
Can you guys
Yeah,
hear me now?
Charlene,
Yeah, you
Charlene,
can.
I'm here too.
Okay. I'm gonna have Drea, then I'm gonna have you go next.
Okay.
Okay. So listening to everything with the facts of everything in the case, I do understand where bro speak is coming from, as far as if the woman, you know, they're going on a first date and she did not let him know about the kids. Even if she did let him know about the kids, it is her responsibility to feed her kids. If he does decide to buy something for the child, that's him being nice. I understand that as well. Also, I do note that I think that everyone who goes on a date, man or woman, should know what their intentions are with their pursuit of the other person. So if you're going on a date with a woman and you know that she has a child, is your intention to eventually be with this woman and not get to know the kids, or eventually not get to be in the kid's life at all? Or is it that you're going to be dating the woman knowing that she has a kid, and your future plans are to at least be in the kid's life and be in her life as well? Because the woman could just be using her being in a McDonald's to see how you react to her asking you to buy something for her kid as a test. Because in the future, who's to say that you're dating her, sleeping with her and everything for years or months, and you have no intention of doing good for her kid or her kids? And I've known from experience, because I've had a guy said to me that I've been talking to for 6 years say to me that he doesn't spoil people kids, because I've never required him to purchase anything for my child, because I do it all by myself. Now, being that I haven't required him to do so, in his mental, he said to me he doesn't spoil people kids. Now, is that somebody that I can grow and build with, knowing that they have no care for my child whatsoever? And I know
Hell
other
no.
women who has married a man, actually, who cares not for their kid at all. So you're married to this guy, he doesn't care for your kid. I know personally of a woman who had a baby by her husband, who she married, but she also has a 14-year-old, and he does nothing for the 14-year-old because that's not his kid. So when she was in the hospital after giving birth to their child, he did nothing for the child that she has from a separate situation, because that's not his kid. So people could just be testing you to see how you react to this now, so they don't have to lose years of being with the person, knowing that they don't really care for their children at all, and it's all a waste of time.
That's deep.
That's all I just want to say on the topic.
All right, go ahead.
Fully
Black
agree
man.
to that.
Okay, can you give me a quick what was it? Some woman went on a date with a guy and brought her kids along or something like that? What are we talking about?
Dane, can you get him up to speed?
Okay. We got into the discussion of the woman that was going on her first date, and she asked the guy to stop by McDonald's real quick so she can get a Happy Meal for her child. So when it came down to pay, she looked to him, and he looked at her like, and she had an expectation that he should have paid for the Happy Meal, and he had the expectation. This is the absolute first date. They ain't even completely left to go out on the date yet, And he felt, that was too soon for her to be asking her that, because he didn't. So Bro Speak was taking the side that no, that was for her to pay, and a few of the ladies was at the side, no, that he was expecting to pay the date. She's just the child that was for him to pay, or that was a test to see if he would do for her child. So the thing is, what do you feel about a situation like that where you absolutely first date with the woman, and she actually bring her to McDonald's to get a Happy Meal, And then when it comes time to pay, she looks to you.
All right. I don't have a problem with it. I think that he should have brought it. Because for one, a woman and her child, that's a package deal. You don't get to separate the two. And if you're not interested in the woman's child, what are you doing with her? The child isn't going anywhere. I mean, we have scenario after scenario to where the boyfriend abuses the child because he likes the mother but don't give a damn about the child. So why would a woman even want to be with a man that wants to isolate himself or separate himself from her child or children? That doesn't even make any sense. Okay, so yeah, she asked you to bring home a Happy Meal. It's obvious she has a child. As far as I'm concerned, this is brownie points. Okay, get the child a Happy Meal. Matter of fact, ask her, is there anything else? Can I get the child? Okay, because this will open up her heart towards you, that you're a caring individual and you care about her and her children. How do you go out with a woman with a child and just care about one of them? That's absolutely ridiculous.
Right. He said,
First
I
of
was
all,
trying to
that's
get
how
to
you
know
feel.
her.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So if that's the way you feel, then you shouldn't be going on a date. Don't go on a date. Or find you a single woman with no kids. Again, they are a package deal. You do not get to separate them. Okay? And like I said, the Happy Meal, that's nothing.
He
I'm not gonna
said,
show up talking about some.
He said, on principle, I shouldn't be expected to cover her
I don't give a.
On
Well, you see, that's these new school guys. We old school guys, right? We were taught differently. We're hardcore providers, and we were groomed to be husbands, stuff like that. That would have been no problem. As a matter of fact, I would have saw that as an opportunity to get closer to her.
You got that
exactly.
Her kids.
I was gonna say that exactly.
Right.
Look, he might not have had intentions to marry this woman. Exactly. It's like, look, I'm not gonna try to pretend like I'm perfect or all men are perfect. Even if you just want to lie down with the woman, this is your key. Even if you don't want to marry her. Sorry if that is a bad thing or whatever, but come on, what are you doing? This is your chance. Like you said, browning points. What do you think this is? And even if it falls apart, the woman's still gonna say, you know what? He was actually really good to whoever the child's, what the child's name was. Like, he treated Darren or, really good. And it's always gonna be in her head. You're gonna leave a nice scent about you, even if you don't work out.
I got you, shit. Let me finish. I'm almost done. And if you can't purchase a Happy Meal for a child, come on, bro. What are we talking about here? Are you even serious yourself?
It's the principle.
Happy Meal?
It's the principle.
I don't give the principle is you can't afford a Happy Meal, bro. That's the principle. You can't afford a Happy Meal, man. That's real. I'm not even going to be insulting.
That's what I joined the panel when he said it's the principle. I was like, whoa.
I'm just saying, man. That's some manosphere, weak rhetoric. I mean, come on, man. That the Happy Meal.
I don't know if I would call it.
Let me finish my.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be long-winded. Okay, I'm almost done. You can't do that. First of all, again, that's the way to the woman's heart. You treat her kids right, okay? She'll open up to you, okay? You can't afford a Happy Meal. You got a problem with a Happy Meal, man, cancel the date, man. You ain't got no business being on that date in the first place.
Yeah. So glad you said that. I thought I was going crazy for a minute. Good to hear.
No, that's true. What you said was true, because most men will buy like toys, trucks, dolls.
Exactly.
And so this is like blasphemy. This is crazy. Because when you go on the first date and the guy knows you have a kid, the best first impression.
Are you kidding me?
So I'm like,
are you kidding me? That's your chance. That's your chance, bro.
Well,
oh, she got a kid. All right, let me get to get a fire truck, a fire engine. Was it a girl or a boy? Let me get her Barbie done. Let me get extra shit. That's your chance, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you ask, where's the nearest Toys R Us? You know?
Okay, well, okay. Well, to be fair, in that particular incident, the guy didn't know. He was picking
You
her
didn't
up.
know what?
He didn't know that she had a kid.
So what?
Yeah.
And
She didn't know he was
that's
a
my
weird
point.
ass man that didn't pay for kids. I feel sorry for the woman. She didn't know she had a psycho sitting next to her. You know, that won't get a kid a Happy Meal.
No, well,
That
I
was a
don't.
red flag for her.
What he didn't know was
Didn't
you
know,
had a
but you
scammer
know now.
around.
Well, you know now
And
you're getting a Happy Meal.
Yeah.
I'm not getting a Happy Meal.
It's under $10.
I don't
under
care
$5.
about the money.
Maybe.
Y'all making about the money. It ain't about the money. Here's
What's
the
it
thing.
about then? Your mind state? That's even worse.
That's why I'm gonna say that's probably why you're single.
Here's the thing. It'd be one thing if you tell
Nice
me
harsh
about the
but
kid.
true.
If you tell me about the kid, hey, you know, I want to get this Happy Meal. I'm going to buy it. She said she going to buy it, not we. She. And she looking at
I don't
me.
care, man. If her sister walked
I
in,
know
I'll
you
get her a
don't
Happy
care.
Meal as
I'm
well.
talking.
I don't care.
Let me talk. You had your chance. Let me speak. Since you want to go after me, I got you.
No, I'm just trying to change your mind state, brother.
If
It's
it's
only in a
his,
positive.
if he wants to, no, I don't care really. If he gives of his own, if he gives
It's an
on of his
abomination. Then I'll
own
tell you straight.
heart.
If you don't care, I think it's an abomination what you're doing. Yeah, I'll
Well,
tell you straight.
I don't give a fuck what you
Let him
think.
speak.
So
Let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak. Yeah, bro.
well, I don't give a fuck what you think about me.
Getting
So
emotional now. Getting emotional.
no,
Let him speak. Let him speak.
no,
Let him speak.
you call me abomination. You taking this shots at me. So hey, that's how I feel about you. But anyway, back to the point. If I decide, okay, I see her, she say, hey, I don't have enough for whatever. And I offer, no problem. I have no problem with that. But no, she's saying she got it. All of a sudden, she looking at me. Wait a minute. You said you got it. Why all of a sudden now you want me to pay? You said you got it.
You didn't mention that part.
So what? That's the whole thing. If you tell me
Yeah,
you
you didn't
have a child,
mention that.
okay,
That she
you tell
told
me
you.
that from the.
You didn't mention that part.
Well, that's because
Okay.
it wasn't said. She asked
See,
him,
I think
"Do
you
he
had time to
mind?"
think.
Okay, Ashley, she asked him, "Do he mind?" They stop at McDonald's first to get her child a Happy Meal.
Okay,
That's
let me
when
ask
he
you.
found out she had a child.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. How long has he been talking to this woman?
How long he was talking to this
We don't
woman?
know.
We don't know. I don't think he was
Because I
talking
find
to
it hard to believe it.
her
Because
very
I find it
long.
hard to believe that you talking to a woman with a child for any length of time and her not mention she got a child. I find that hard to
Exactly.
believe.
And I was gonna say that from the beginning. That never happens. That never happens. We're all adults. We know that never happens.
According
But you've
to
created
women,
that scenario
I'm
to try
supposed to. I'm
bamboozle
supposed to.
us. It never happens.
No, as far as I can remember, it was their absolutely first date ever. They went from
I don't care if it's the first date, the third date. It's hard to talk to a woman with a child without knowing she got a child.
They put in their
I've never even
profile.
heard that.
They you know.
This is a situation where they ran into each other. They talked a little bit. They exchanged numbers. He called her up for a date. He said, she said, yeah.
And she never told him in that phone call that she had a child. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
No, she didn't tell him.
That's what happened.
And he never asked.
But
I find that hard to believe.
Well, why?
I find that very hard to believe.
Max, can I ask you a question before I
Sure,
go
go
on?
ahead.
Do you, if the guy, if she getting to know this guy, should she tell him she have a child?
Yes, they will do that. They will tell you.
That's
from
what
the
I'm asking
that they
you,
got a
because
child.
from what the women are telling me, that it's my responsibility and my sole responsibility to find out she has a child, as opposed to her telling me. So it's putting all the emphasis on the guy instead of putting some of the
It's
emphasis
not.
on her.
Well, no. It's not his responsibility. Now he can inquire if he wants, but it's her
That's what I'm
responsibility to
saying.
tell him. Hold on one second, please. It is her responsibility to let him know that she has a child, which most women will do that
Yes,
immediately.
that's why that's why I'm bamboozled. The women tell me it's my responsibility if I'm trying to
Nah,
get to
brother,
know
this
her.
ain't gonna be
Well,
no guy
where
girl thing
do
like there's
we do that at?
separation. You are on you stand alone in your mindset. This is not gonna be the guys on one side, the
No, I
the
stand
females
alone
on one
I
on.
side.
look at it
I'm
this way.
not
Yeah,
going
This is the
to.
that's
way I
not a
look
bro
at it.
thing.
It should not be
This is
Listen,
the
one-sided.
way I look at
no,
it. This is the way
You
I
want
look
to
at it.
make
you
it
Wait, you
didn't
see, okay.
one-sided.
pay.
It's
Hold on
not
one second. Hold
It
on
one-sided.
one
was a
second. Hold on.
happy
Let me say.
meal.
Let me say
No,
this.
no,
Hold
but
on one
come on,
second.
your
Hold on one
mind
second.
state is messed up.
Hold on one second.
Yeah,
Hold on one second. Now it
go
could
on,
be
bro.
me
That's
because
Go
I'm
on.
your
old
opinion.
school. Hold on one second. It could be me because I'm old school and it's the way I was brought up. But she don't have to tell me whether she got a child or not. As soon as I hear Happy Meal, I'm going to automatically think she has a child, or I'm gonna ask her right there. Oh, so what? You got a child? She's like, yes, I do. I got a boy or a girl. Oh, no problem. And then I'm going to proceed to get the Happy Meal and anything extra that I can get for the child.
And that should be his choice. It should
I
not
don't
be a look at
I don't
her,
know about
look at
choice.
him.
It's automatic. It's
It
well,
shouldn't
you
be.
new school guys are different. Okay, we old school guys. To us, it's not about choice. It's called automatic. It's automatic with us.
And I
You
understand
know
that.
what? It's
With
so
y'all, it's
nice. It's so nice
automatic.
to hear someone else say it because you made me. I jumped on
Automatic.
here because I was so outraged at what you said. But to hear someone say it, totally
Good to hear
agree,
from you again,
and it's just
Shan.
automatic and words like that. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Nice to be here. It's so refreshing. It just makes me think I'm not going crazy. Because what are you talking about? Who cares?
Yeah, that's
Obviously,
automatic.
if you went to some crazy expensive restaurant where it's like £100 a meal, yeah, you might not have that money. But even then, I might say, you know what? This is what I have. I can pay for half of you or whatever. It's still, it should be automatic. What are you
It's
thinking
automatic,
about?
bro.
Okay, but
Yeah,
that's not.
it's
But
insane.
we're not
So
on a.
listen.
But this is
I'll
we're
tell
not
you
on
this,
a date.
brother. I will tell you this. You need
Hmm.
to change that mindset. First of all, it is a
I've
child,
had
yeah.
this
And the reason I said
mindset for over
abomination,
20 years, and
yeah,
I've
yeah, and
been
it's a
married,
rotten mindset. It's a rotten mindset. You
and I
understand
got
me?
married on
Yeah.
that same
Fire for that.
mindset.
Fire for that
I
mindset.
got married
Yeah.
on that
Don't know
same
why you
mindset,
got that
and that
mindset,
same
brother.
woman can call me, and I will do for her even to this day on that
Call you,
same
so she ain't lying in your
mindset.
bed. Call you.
In that
She ain't lying
same
in your bed.
mindset. So
Come on,
don't
man.
tell me about my mindset.
No.
My
What do you
mindset
mean?
got me a
That's
wife.
about to get
Your woman's
My
supposed to be
personal.
next
mindset
to you.
got me
Let's
people
not get personal.
Okay,
Let's not
who
get
okay,
support
personal.
okay.
who support me. But since you want to take it personal, we can take it personal. My wife
guys.
can. Yeah,
Brother,
I'm a,
listen.
no.
You are
Let me
getting
clear the
upset.
air because
Hold
you
on,
wanna
fellas,
paint me on this negative mindset.
Hold on,
I'll
slow
give
down,
you that.
slow down now.
My
Hold
mindset
on.
has. I
Bro,
have
speak.
friends. I have women
Bro,
who have
speak.
been friends of
Don't
mine
speak.
for
The host
years and
trying to
Bro,
speak.
speak.
can come to me
Don't
with
speak.
any
Don't
Bro,
speak.
situation.
speak.
So I don't.
Don't
What?
speak.
Yes.
The
Hold on
host
one
is trying
second.
to speak to you.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Now, we can have the spirit of debate, fellas, but let's not get it personal, okay?
Well, tell
I
this
don't mind y'all
motherfucker
having heated.
don't take it personal.
All right, all
Listen,
right,
If
all
you're gonna
right, all
take
right,
it
all right.
personal,
let
you
me
Let's
make
keep
it
can't.
for the
the
record. You
all
have
right, all
swore.
right, all
I've
right.
been
Let's keep the
respectful to
Yeah, I
you.
personal.
swore at you because you're a
Yeah,
All
piece of
right, hold
shit.
and I
on.
That's
don't
what you
care.
are.
Okay, we're not doing that
Hold
I've
here.
on,
just
man. Hold
exposed
on
We're not
you.
now.
doing the
Hold on
platform
now.
for
We're
that.
blowing.
I've just
This
exposed
is
you, brother.
okay. Listen, this is Charlene's show, right? This is not gangster talk.
Yeah,
Okay?
I
I'm
respect
Not
not.
you.
I'm
gangster
not
talk,
about to
fellas.
get insulted by this goofball over
I
here.
understand that. Okay, no
No, but
more.
listen, you've obviously
Let's
been
not.
upset.
You're a goofball. Don't come up here and diss me, motherfucker.
Let's not.
Listen, I've
Let's
exposed
We're
not.
you.
not
I've
doing
exposed you
that.
and
We're
you're
not
Nah,
doing
upset.
that. I'm not
I
supposed to
haven't
be
I
swore
doing
at
exposed
you.
you
that.
being
I haven't
pussy
said
ass
any
dude.
bad
That's what I
words.
exposed you as.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. What
And
I'm
you want to take
gonna
his
do,
shots at me? No,
I'm
bro,
not gonna
that ain't
disrespect the
happening.
show. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave and I'll be back on another day. Love you all. Okay, big up you guys. Bye.
Yeah, take your
Okay.
pussy ass on.
Dame, can you
Okay, all right, calm down.
I
Calm
want to
down,
keep
bro.
everybody off the piano.
Okay.
So I can't. If you're
I
gonna take
know, I
shots
know.
at me, if you're gonna take shots at me, and you think I'm not going to respond, you got another thing coming. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's cool.
We can have civilized conversations.
Yes, yes.
I'm fine with civilized conversation, but when you start taking shots and personal shots at me, then I have a problem. And guess what? I'm gonna take those shots right back at you. I don't give a hell about that. So yeah, that's a pussy ass dude. Fine with me. I don't give.
Okay, bro.
I'm sorry.
I understand how you feel.
People are gonna
but
watch
this
the
isn't.
show.
I understand how you feel, but this isn't gangster talk. All right, it's a low key rated relationship show. Now y'all can have the spirited debates, but y'all gotta keep the personal attacks out of it.
Yeah, because
All right?
a lot of people are gonna view this.
Right. So let's try to keep our cool in that aspect. I don't mind y'all getting after each other. Let's just try to keep the personal. Well, I can't say I don't mind. It's not my show. All right.
I don't like it. I like civilized conversations. I like debates.
Right.
You can have a debate
Charlene
with
would,
this.
right. Charlene would rather y'all have more of a civil discourse. It can be heated, but keep it under control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Charlene, I'd like to apologize. I shouldn't have done. I apologize, but dude, when you take personal shots at me,
I understand.
I'm not going to take that lightly. I can't take that lightly, because what that dude was doing was taking personal shots at me and talk about how I am as a person. I don't like that. You don't know me, bro. You never met me. And for the record, my mindset got me a wife. My mindset got me women that will help me in any if I ask them to. Even though me and my wife separated, she was coming to help me when my mother was sick and coming to help me. That's
you don't have to justify.
That's what my mindset.
Yeah,
I don't. But back to the topic, and I'm trying to say this.
Well,
if it's one thing, if she let me know, hey, I ain't got it, or I see that you don't have it, no problem. I have no problem in helping. But when you make it an expectation and you looking at me like you supposed to handle it, no, I have a problem with that. Especially if we're not even on the date. This is the first date. And here's my thing.
I respect your response, and I said that. Not a lot of people have the same response. Not a lot of people agree with what we're saying. People think that you shouldn't have to, and I respect your opinion. You have the right to feel the way you do.
But you have to also look at it this way, right? This is he's from a younger excuse me. He's from a younger generation than I am. My generation, we are different. We are trained traditional men. To us, it's automatic. Okay, woman and child and woman. That's automatic to us. We don't separate the one from the other. So for me, that would have been a chance for me to stick my chest out and show her just how good of a man I can be. By showing her child love as well. This younger generation of black men, they're different. They're not traditional. They wasn't raised on the old traditional ways. They have a different, mentality. They have a different look about it, about relationships. Okay, I wouldn't say it's wrong or right. I'll just say that they're different. They're most certainly different from my generation.
Yeah. Not to mention, I saw your side. I chose your side. Yvette was right there with you. Yeah, her expectation of was to me too much, especially first date. I mean, absolutely first, the getting to know you first date. Some people go on a traditional dinner date for their first date, and he found out that moment when she asked him to go by McDonald's.
And see that right there, I can't buy that. I find it very hard to believe he did not know that woman had a child.
Well, that's what she said. This was coming from her thing, and she was like, you know, and it caught caught on fire, and then
What she told him purposely that she didn't have a child? Or she just
no,
didn't mention that she had a
she
child?
just didn't mention it because what most people do on coffee dates, they were going to do on this first date. They met, they like each other, they had a little light flirtation,
Okay, so
exchange numbers, and plan a date.
Okay, so my question is this. Okay, did she bring the child along with her on the date?
No. He was something happened, and she was lagging behind. So she asked him if he could pick her up and explain that she was going to be a little late. And then when he went and got her, he asked, if you don't mind, on the way to my house, could we stop at McDonald's so I could pick up so I could get a Happy Meal for my child? So they in the drive-thru, and she placed the order. And when it came time to go pay, she's looking at him. He's looking at her like, okay, where's your money?
I'm sorry.
I still think he should have paid for it.
I'm
even
sorry.
Even the way you said it.
That's some cheap crap. He should have paid.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. That's cheap. And then you're trying to win this woman over. That's a bad look. That's a bad look. A Happy Meal. That's a bad look. And then y'all get into a thing about it. Well, I thought you was gonna pay. Well, you were. Then you got to get into a thing about it. I mean, no.
No. According to, they didn't have a thing. They just had a look. She looked at him like, are you gonna pay?
Okay,
and he looked at her like, are you serious?
I'm sorry. That's really. Man, I don't
she
mean to be
realized she wasn't
I
making
still think he should have paid.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be cool about it, man. That's no.
I still think he should have paid, even though you made this whole scenario. He should have still paid.
He should have paid, made that the red flag, and go home. Okay, I see.
What red flag? I don't even know. There is no red flag.
Why? I don't understand. Don't men feel like they want to provide, like they feel good about it?
Right, there's
like,
no red flag.
They want to provide.
Appreciates it. I don't understand this dynamic. This is like craziness.
I don't understand that either. I mean, you can't pay for a Happy Meal, man. You tripping, man. Like
so in any, I'm just trying to understand something. Okay, we're on a date. This ain't even that date yet.
It doesn't matter if you're trying to win the girl over.
I don't care. We sitting on the bench at a park.
If you want to kiss her, you want to do anything with her, you're gonna pay for it. You want to make her feel
so we want to make it into something different. I mean, if we want to make it into a different scenario, I mean, we're both trying to. We both are trying to get to know each other.
Yeah, see, that's
if it's one thing. If it's like I said again,
that's why
it's one thing.
Listen, man, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, right? But that's the way a woman would think. A man wouldn't think that way.
I agree.
And I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying that's the way a woman would think. I mean, a man is on some. All right, okay, no problem. I got it. Can I get him something else? You cool? You good?
If a man tell me that, I'll be like, damn, okay, that's attractive. Okay, I like
what's
that.
Up.
I mean,
Take control. I'm not gonna get into no thing. I'm not gonna get into no thing with a woman I'm trying to get with about some freaking hack. Are you serious?
Who's gonna get into a thing about it? I'm not. Nobody's saying get into a thing about it.
I'm not gonna invite like we're not gonna have discussions about. Hey, wait a minute. I thought you were supposed to pay. No, man. That makes me look bad. That makes me look bad.
It's for real. It does. And then I
That
get
makes
turned
me look
off, and then
bad,
I
bro.
wouldn't want to talk to the guy anymore. To be honest.
And
No.
that's exactly what happened. She paid for it, but it's like her thoughts were like, okay, you want to get with me, and you don't want to pay for just a Happy Meal.
Yeah, a Happy Meal. You failed a Happy Meal test, dog? No, say ain't so.
So they ended right there.
Yeah, she gone, bro.
She did
gone.
smart.
She did good.
She did smart. That's smart move on her.
I'd be good. Next one up.
Yeah, but that's good though, because after she realized that that's just how he is, and everybody has their right to feel and do what they want to do, he didn't feel like it was his responsibility to pay for the Happy Meal. And granted, it's not his kid, and he's just dating her. It's the first date. So if she feels like, boom, he didn't do that, and that makes her feel some type of way, then she doesn't have to go out with him anymore. She knows how he is as a person.
Yeah, see, that's some woman's that's some woman's scenario and all that. A man gets gonna handle business. You know what I mean? As a man, okay, she said pick up a Happy Meal. It's obvious she got a kid. This is a chance for me to get some brownie points with this woman I'm trying to get with. Let me go and get this. Man, I would have been happy to get the meal.
But
and asked her if she wanted anything else.
But some people, they're willing to date the woman, not the child. And I understand the woman and the child come together.
I would have got a Happy Meal and got her something too.
They're willing to date the woman, not the child.
No, it's a package deal. You don't get to separate the two.
You
I
can't
never
tell
had a
every
man
man
do that. I swear, I never
You
did.
can't tell every man that. Like the guy said in that video, he said, "Oh, you think I'm gonna be here watching your kids?
No.
And I'm not the father." Like
a woman would be crazy to deal with a man that separates her from a child.
But do you know that a lot of women do?
Like that.
A lot of women do. And that's when you hear the stories.
They do.
A lot of women
because
do.
That's how you come into situations to where, right, he don't care about your child.
Yeah.
Say you gotta go home. Say you gotta go on an interview somewhere, or you need a child home with him, right? You might end up abusing your child because he don't care about your child.
Not feeding your child, not making sure it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you leave him with him if one, he's not the
That's
father?
why she shouldn't. That's why I said she got to be crazy to be with a man that separates her from her child.
Well, then you don't make him into, but you don't be with you don't try to make him into a stepfather.
No, you don't be with him at all, period.
Well, I would, if he's not for serious.
Why would a woman
women
be with
would do
a
that?
man
Women
she
will
can't
do
trust?
that.
Why would a
Why
woman
would
be with a man?
a woman entertain somebody who's not serious?
Exactly. Women, I'm gonna go out here and
women
let
do that a
ladies.
lot.
Don't
I know
be
some women that do that.
Don't be with no guy. Don't be. Hold on, let me say this. Let me say something real quick. Ladies, don't be with a man that you can't trust around your children. If you can't trust him around your children, or you can't trust him around your child, that's not the man for you. That man is unfit to be with you.
If you're trying to be married, yes, I would agree with you, Max. But if it's not the type of dude that you looking to be in a serious relationship with, you just for casual, it doesn't matter. You just don't have your child.
I don't know if you have a child.
Go speak. That's what he wants. I think you want casual dating.
Right. But here's my thing: if you got a child, I don't know if there's a such thing as casual dating. If you got a child, I think if you got a child, you got to be serious about finding a real mate.
There's women who are like that. I'm not trying to be
casual
like
dating is for. To me, casual dating is for single people with no children.
It is, Max. You may have a point there.
Yeah, that's for single people with no children.
But unfortunately, there are women with children who do that.
If you're going out with a woman with a child, she should be scrutinizing you and she should be evaluating you to be a potential mate that can be a good representation of either a stepfather or somebody she would want her children around to learn from. She should be scrutinizing you from the door.
I
evaluating you from the door.
I agree with you. If you're trying to be in a serious relationship, you're going to be married, something like that, and this man is going to be in your life. Yes, I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what we have out here. We got women who will date a dude. They have no intention to marry. He's there for other stuff, other than being a husband.
That's dangerous.
I would.
What kind of?
What do you think is dangerous?
Like, how do you know this?
Because why would you have somebody? Why would you casually date somebody, right, that you're really not interested in, right? Like, wait, what y'all gonna do? Go over his house all the time, or go to a hotel, or
that's what they do.
You gonna be in public,
Not everybody is dating to look for marriage or dating to find a stepfather for their kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's dangerous to, if you got a child, right? A lot of dudes are crazy, man. So if you got a child and you just date, okay, where are y'all spending your time at?
It doesn't even have to be at just his house or whatever. You can date that person and not have them around your kids.
Right.
If you don't feel like you're going to eventually marry them, or they're not going to be in your home as a stepfather, I mean, why are you even around my kids?
I don't even know why. Okay.
I'm just saying, because I do understand where bro speak is coming from. Because I personally date, and I'm polyamorous, so I date multiple people at a time.
I don't understand where either one of you are coming from, because
that's
to
okay.
me, because to me it's kind of crazy to have someone that you're really not interested in like that around your kids.
That's what I'm saying. You could be interested in someone and get to know them, and you don't see them as a marrying partner or someone you want to settle down with and have around your kids as a father figure or a stepfather figure. The relationship doesn't have to necessarily go into that way.
Okay, so
you get what I'm saying?
Okay,
in other words, you make sure they don't meet your kids.
What if he turns out to be?
What if he turns out to be one of these? Your children? No, they could know that you have kids. They could know about your kid, as far as I have a kid named Jan and I have a kid named Stacy. But they don't have to be interacting with your child. You don't have to be having them home when you get with your child or anything of the sort.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Because you're not intentionally going to live with this person and have that person around your kid as a stepfather figure, and you're not going to be married to this person, so they don't have to have that kind of relationship with your child in the first place. Granted, that doesn't mean.
Okay, so I'm taking y'all younger than I am.
Well, I'm younger than you.
Yes, they are.
Well,
I'm trying to find a partner.
Yeah. Because I don't understand.
That doesn't mean that you're not going to find a partner who is the marrying type or the stepfather type.
Yeah, I'm from a different right. Yeah, I don't understand.
Is fit for that. Not everybody's fit for marriage or for a stepfather figure.
Right, I don't understand.
Right,
I don't. Yeah, I don't understand nothing y'all saying, because I look at it this way, right? Why would you even waste your time with somebody like that, knowing that you got a child?
Okay, well, there's a lot of different reasons why.
Because you may introduce somebody in your life you can't get rid of. You might be crazy, man. This guy might be, okay, you might break it off with him, right? Next thing you know, he hanging around, following you around. You can't get rid of him. You know what I'm saying?
That can happen even if you introduce them to your kids or not.
No, not really, because a family-oriented man doesn't have that kind of mentality.
What? What if you don't want that person to be your family?
Because a family-oriented man actually cares about children.
What if you don't want to be with that family-oriented man anymore, and he feels like he's only
I don't know what that is. I don't, this dude, I don't know what y'all doing. Man, I don't know what y'all call, that's probably why y'all divorce rates are so high.
Let me tell you something. I completely advocate for people who get divorced if they're not in a happy relationship or marriage. So if it's high because the relationship is not 100%,
don't know the relationship is. That's why it's high.
But it's better for them to not be together and be divorced than staying in something that is not good for them.
It's better
So
for
if
them
it's
not to be together at all. Like, you're right.
exactly, and if you make that mistake of marrying that
But
person
y'all
and
playing games.
you find out that it's not what you want, then definitely
I
get a
don't. You know
divorce.
what that sound like to me? You may as well be telling me about a game of hopscotch.
What they
Okay.
say when you play games, you win stupid prizes.
Not
Exactly. That sound like a game.
everybody is meant for marriage, and it's better for you to know what they're meant for than to introduce them into something being with you and you're intending them to be a stepfather or a marriage potential, and then they're not, so you're forcing them into being that person that they don't even want to be.
So they're just good for casual fun, and
It doesn't even have to be about casual fun or sex. You can get to know somebody without even being intimate with them, and
well,
they
they're
don't
good
even have to be
for
around your kids.
conversing, and
Yeah, I mean,
good conversations.
yeah,
And
talking.
you
But
could go
I
out
mean,
with the person. You could get to know the person on the outside. And you listen. People who have children have a life outside of their kids too. Like,
Yeah,
do you
I
go
agree
on
with
dates
you.
and bring your kids on a date? Do you
No.
go out to the museum and bring your kids to the museum with another person? You don't necessarily do that.
I don't know if they're even serious. I think this is the thing.
But by getting to know the
You,
person individually, you will know
right.
eventually if you want that person to be in your life on that type of level to introduce them to your children.
Hell, and who's to say he might like the kids? He like being a father, but he might not like her. So it's kind of like it's a crazy dynamic that we have out here. Well, especially
Okay.
when you got mothers, with children, even single fathers with children. I mean, it's so many different dynamics now.
And then
We're not in the old we're not in the old school mentality no more.
I
Sadly,
understand you, but like the whole purpose of it is to build a foundation so you have generational wealth and you have a foundation for the next generation.
yeah, but
I'm telling
let's
you,
be
You
I,
guys
fair.
are
How
already on
many
that.
people are on that though?
I'm on that.
I, I, Charlene, you're on that.
And
I
I
like
I
to
was
paid
settle
on
and
for
that
it.
have my
Well,
baby.
nah, this new
but
generation may not be on that, man. They playing too many
No,
games. You know, they
Nah,
no,
I'm on that.
Max, that's
I
what I'm
um
ain't
um
saying.
gonna
um
get that.
They on
You guys, that's
they
supposed
on
to be nice. You guys
yeah, I'm
could
like,
they on
they may be on something
pay that
completely
and do what
different.
you please. There's no judgment
Huh.
here. As long as you guys are happy, it doesn't matter what we think.
yeah. I don't think that every single person I meet is going to be a stepfather figure or a marriage potential. But does that mean that I don't want to go on dates or I don't want to get to know someone or I don't want to have a good night out of town with someone who has a good personality? Not because there's a
I
marriage quality.
I don't even know how to answer that.
Like you
No,
said, we're
yes,
still
you can.
young.
You
We're
can.
still young. We still need affection and we still need to be told we're beautiful and all that good stuff. And you still need to enjoy somebody else's company. That
I
doesn't mean
don't
that I'm going to take him home
I
to mama.
I don't
You're
even
right.
know. That sound like foreign. It makes me a Chinese arithmetic. I don't know what
Okay,
that means.
Can we move on to
Yeah,
We're gonna be
the
here
next
all
video?
night with this one.
yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah,
Chinese
yeah.
arithmetic.
All
Which
right,
one?
everybody. Let's go on to the rest of the video. Let me get my let's see, I believe I have my timestamp in place. Okay, there's my card. Yeah, let's continue on. And maybe that'll answer a few questions while we're at it.
That's a good way to become a single mother too.
A lot of y'all deal with men that make sinners out of y'all. A lot of y'all deal with men that introduce y'all to hell. And you still alive. Breathe. Just breathe. He got you doing things you never would have thought you would have did. He got you lowering your standards and your morals and your values. You never thought you would do that. He got your mindset working in ways that you tried to avoid. A lot of y'all deal with these men, y'all be alive. Your heart be beating, but y'all be dead. Y'all be dead.
What? Who is this guy?
Y'all get to this point because y'all give him a certain amount of trust. Y'all give him a certain amount of, authority. See, the one thing about letting the man lead, the connection, the relationship, the spiritual connection, the chemistry, is that he can lead you anywhere. And a lot of you women believe in love and love and love what love is and love what love means. So you allow a man to lead. Except he leads you into demons. Y'all think I'm talking BS, but think about the woman that's in abusive relationships. Think about the woman that's trying to lose weight because their boyfriend is like, I'm gonna leave you if you don't lose weight. Think about the woman that's getting cheated on, but they got nowhere to live, so they got to stay with that man. Think about the woman that's getting drugged up every night because he want to use her body in whatever way he want to use her body. And he know that if she completely sober, that what he doing is not okay. I mean, she know that regardless. But she ain't got no family. Think about the woman that's struggling to get a restraining order against her baby father in full custody, but the judge not allowing it. It's not women's fault that they go through what they go through with men. But unless you got a shovel to dig out your soul that they didn't buried and to deal with the devil for him to release it to you, y'all won't be the same.
Okay, I think that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with everything he said.
He's not lying.
Yeah, I agree with everything he said.
Me too.
This whole patty cake game that a lot of these people play with relationships are real. First of all, you have to be strong anyway, a strong individual to be in a committed relationship. Relationships aren't for weak people. So if you want to go play games on top of that, man, you're just asking for a world of hurt. Everybody ain't equal. All of this, you can be in a casual relationship, you got kids and all that, man. Okay.
Not everybody meant to be around your kids. What's the problem? You could date somebody and not bring them around your kids.
Well, no, I just think you're just playing games like that. Like, why would you even engage somebody? I mean, you can do whatever you want with your time. I'm not saying you can't, but that just sounds crazy to me. Why would you even go that route?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is it okay for me to just date random people and bring them around my children and be like, okay, yeah, I'm
it's
doing
okay for you to do whatever you want to do.
And bring them around my kids. Not everyone is meant to be around your children.
I can't tell you what to do. What I'm saying is, this younger generation, y'all don't have a clue about what a relationship is.
I mean, I think you only see relationships one-sided as far as the
because relationships are only meant to be seen one side.
No, that is not true. You can have a relationship.
Well, then there is the problem.
That's not true. There's multiple different types of relationships.
That is true.
There's multiple different types of relationships.
Okay, well, no, it's not really. There's really only one.
Why is it only one? How is it only one?
I don't know why there's only one, but there's only one. The multiple is what you make up in your mind.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, yeah, well, let's see. Well, then therein lies the problem.
Because like I said, not everybody is meant for marriage or for stepfathers.
And that's why y'all can't. That's why y'all can't stand to be with each other now. That's why y'all have bad relationships. That's why your marriage rate is low as I don't know what. And you can't stand to be around each other. Your relationship, your encounters, the danger level of your encounters is like through the roof.
Dangers of the encounter of bringing someone around your child, hoping that they don't want you married, is dangerous in itself.
Well, that's why you don't. But you see, but that's why, right? But that's why you don't do that. That's why you don't engage in that. That's why you don't engage in that kind of. Right. Allow me to finish. That's why you don't engage in that kind of behavior in the first place.
You cannot approach life thinking that every person you meet is marriage potential or is going to be that person around your children.
Well, why would you approach life that way? Isn't there a whole lot of other things in life to do?
You got to get to know the person first, correct? How did you get to know the person that you decided to marry? You had to get to know the person first.
Well, I
And
didn't
that
say.
person,
I never said as soon as you meet someone, bring them around your kids.
okay, so you could be in a serious relationship with someone who is not around your child. That
Well,
doesn't
if
mean that
you're
the
in a
person
serious
doesn't know that you
relationship,
have a
well,
child.
if you're in a serious relationship with someone, they should know your children.
It depends on when you're comfortable to introduce that person to your child. And even if they do know
If
your
you are in
child,
a
that doesn't
serious
mean that they're taking that father or stepfather role.
well, I got to, okay, first of all, y'all from a different generation I am. Define what is serious, because we may have two different understandings of what serious is. Because my generation, if you're in a serious relationship, that person you're in a serious relationship yet already knows your children.
Okay, so they could know your kid. Are they
Okay,
taking care of your
so
kid? Are
now,
they bringing your
if
child
your
to school?
definition of a serious, if your definition of a serious relationship and the person don't know your children, that's a different definition. I need to know what that definition is about. What's that about?
If I'm talking to someone and I'm in a serious relationship with them and I don't want them to know my kids on that type of level, like I'm like, okay, I don't want them to bring my kids to school. I don't want them over my house when my kid is over there. I don't want them to be interacting with my child if I'm not around.
I'm sorry. I
I'm
don't mean
not
to laugh
trying
at
to
that.
have
No,
somebody be a
I'm just saying,
stepfather
y'all,
to my kids.
yeah. What?
Or end up
If
in
you
my
don't
But
mind
face
me
see,
and
but I
asking,
think can I say something? I think that's why Max is saying
hold on
that.
one second. Hold on one second, Melvin. What generation you come from? If you don't mind me asking, what is
Okay,
your? Are you a
okay.
Zennial or a
I'm not I'm not up on the game with the internet you
Millennial.
know identity
That's
when
a
it comes
Zennial?
to no with the
Millennial.
internet
Millennial.
Oh, she's a millennial.
identity.
No wonder.
I
Oh,
don't
okay, I got you.
associate with millennials
Okay,
either.
right. Okay.
I don't associate with millennials either because those are the younger generation for me who are all up on Twitter and stuff like that. So no. So
Well, you
I don't
cannot
fall into
be
these
part of a
categories.
generation.
I don't fall into these categories. I might not be the 80s or the
Well, you're in that
70s
category whether you
or
like it or
the
not. You
60s.
cannot just separate yourself from your generation.
I believe that you just have to think about things differently. You have one way of thinking about things, and that's great. That's okay. That's on you. And I have another way of thinking about things. It doesn't have to be one way. In your mind, it is. And that's all right. You live your life
Right.
like
I
that.
was just trying to find out. I was just trying, and it's the last thing I said. I'm gonna pass the mic. I was just trying to find out what you meant by serious. I get it now, and I'll pass the mic on that.
Okay, melanated vessel, you had something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to say that I think that we must admit that things have gotten out of control. As far as relationships, I think it really was intended for it to be one way. And obviously, that can't happen now because just the way that the world is. But think about it, like women, if you're a woman, you're a young lady and you meet a man and you guys get married and y'all have your family, you don't know anything besides that man. So you're not comparing him. He doesn't know anybody besides you. Like if the world was the way it's supposed to be, like what Max is saying. But what she's saying that the world is just not like that. It's just not like that. It's more of a act like fantasy because it's that bad. It really is that bad. To where as though, but I think that because I heard a guy say that, and I'm like, that is true. Like you think about a man and a woman that never been with no one else besides each other. They don't know anything else. That's what they're comfortable with. I think they are able to have a different type of relationship, a man and a wife. But that's the way it was intended to be. But now it's just not like that. People are, they date around when they're young, and they want to, sample this, sample that for a little bit, do this, do that, and they don't realize that they're filling themselves up with so many different because you just can't lay with people. You just can't be laying with people and thinking that you're going to get up the same way that you lay down. It don't work like that. and we're all adults, so we know that it just don't. So when you're doing that, you get up with spirits, you get up with all different kind of different things, and I think that it has a lot of people really confused and messed up. So I kind of like, I don't know, I'm kind of in between, because I think she said, did you say you polyamory?
I'm polyamorous, yes.
What's her name? Drea.
That does not necessarily mean I'm
What's your name?
polyamorous. That doesn't necessarily Drea.
Drea.
Drea is fine. That does not necessarily mean that I
okay.
date 100 people. It means that I believe in having multiple committed relationships. And
No,
it
I
doesn't
know
have
about
to happen.
polyamory. No, I know what polyamorous is. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be, sex doesn't even have to be included in. I understand what
There was no
polyamorous
such
lifestyle
thing
is,
as
but I just
there was no such thing as multiple committed relationships. That is lunacy.
Well, I understand how you think.
People want to do what they want to do, and they
Do
can have
what you
different
want to do,
relationships.
fine, but there is no such thing as multiple committed relationships. That is lunacy.
I think that everyone who is
So what do you think about the Muslim? What do you think about the Muslim religion, Max?
Excuse me? What's that?
She said, "What do you think about the Muslim religion?"
I think they're crazy too. I think they're crazy too.
And let's not forget about some of the African cultures.
Them too.
Yes.
Them too.
The Amish, they're the same way.
Yeah. No, well, most of them, their kids are missing all kinds of chromosomes, so they incest like I don't. You know what I'm saying?
They do be some inbreeding up in that thing.
Yeah, some of them.
You will never find harmony. You will never find harmony, true harmony, in multiple committed relationships. Each person takes energy away from you. That is lunacy. You walking around talking about you happy.
I agree with that.
That's lunacy.
I have a little bit of experience. I don't think that it's possible to be, because then, I mean, what's special about it? You're not being picked. If you're in polyamory or any of these, like the person, they're not picking you. You're not getting picked. No one's picking you, just you. So there's not that level of specialness to it. There's not that level of, you're not chosen. They're not chosen. It's just, everybody's chosen. It's not everybody, but whoever the people you decide to be involved with, like those type of like men that marry, 6 wives, like what's special? Like, I'm not special. It's 6 of us. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I think it takes that level of specialness out of relationships. That's just what I think. But I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's how I see it. The whole point is getting picked, right? Ain't that the whole point?
No, it doesn't have to be the whole point of getting picked. It doesn't have to be, I got to be the main center of attention all the time. It doesn't have to necessarily be like that. And people who are in polyamorous relationships, some people do end up getting married and having a nesting partner, someone who they build a family with, have kids with, and all of that. It doesn't have to be with every single person they're talking to. Okay? And I understand that it might not be something that you're used to or something that you approve of doing, and that is fine. The fact is not to live your life that way, but to understand that other people do choose to live their life that way.
Yeah, I respect anybody who live it, but it's not my life, so people can live their life any way they want.
Like
I'm not going to judge it.
Just like different religions, you might have Christianity and you might be Muslim, or you might be, believe in Buddhism. Different religions, different strokes for different folks. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I
just would hate to see if people are giving up on themselves, because I notice a lot of Black women are turning into lesbians because they're giving up on themselves. They can't find a husband. They don't, they might not find themselves attractive. They have low self-esteem. So now they, like women who I know that they're really not lesbians, but they're living that lifestyle anyways. I know they're not lesbians.
Why we have all of this chaos.
You don't get 5. You don't have 5 children.
You see, one of the reasons why you got all this insanity today is because people have become afraid to tell other people the truth. They are afraid to say what's right and what's wrong anymore. That's why you have all of this chaos and all this insanity. I got people walking around here talking about, they can share their spirit in a committed relationship with multiple people, which is absolutely insanity. but we are afraid to tell people anymore what is wrong and what is right.
I agree with
That's
you
why you
with
have
the phrase
that's why
with
you have a
yeah.
horde. That's why you have a horde of biological monstrosities of humanity out there thinking that they're normal because people are afraid to tell them that they are not normal.
So
I
how do you
don't
feel?
I,
I
I
have a
don't
question
even
for
think
you.
it's people are afraid to tell people
Yes,
that is
people
part of
are
it.
afraid to
Let
say
me
what's right
let me
and
scratch
what's
that.
wrong. For
Let me
instance, if
scratch
you
that.
got LGBT, hold on a minute. If you got a couple of what do you call it? Well, we can't call them. Well, again, see, we can't even say what we want to say. So, the alphabet people. If you're out at lunch with your
Yeah.
wife
You
or
feel
something, and your kid is there, right? And you got two men kissing in front of your child, right? Okay, you can't get up and say, "Hey, can you take that somewhere else? My child is here," because in your mind that's wrong. That's not something you do in front of children, right? Not anymore. You can't tell them that that's wrong.
I agree. Some of them will
Yeah.
fight you. They do it on purpose.
And that's what's going on there. Now you got all this insanity, and people are imposing their will on other people and making other people uncomfortable.
Do you
well
have any
And then
relationship?
somebody come up to you and listen, and somebody come up to you and tell you some old cock and mamie crap about this and that. You can't say how you really feel about it. You know the person is crazy, but you can't say nothing about it.
I don't well there is a fear, yes. But it's
It's a
also
big fear.
you don't have the power to enforce your beliefs on those people.
Okay, but here's
We
another thing.
totally
Here's another thing. I'm sorry, but one more thing. Okay,
Mhm.
when you look at Genesis, well, a lot of people don't believe in the Bible or that. But you look at Genesis, right? One of the things that was said in Genesis, right, that he made the male and female. He said, "Go forward and be fruitful and multiply." He also said in Adam and Eve, right, that a man shall leave his mother and father and join with his wife, as in one person, wife. This ain't about polyamorous or polygamy or polygyny, or two shakes of a cat's ass. They say none of that stuff. A man
Yeah.
shall join together with his wife.
And also in that same Bible, they also allow men to have multiple wives.
That's
And
Solomon. Solomon.
I understand
I
that,
don't even
but
know what.
that
I don't even know what. First of all, what testament is that in?
That's where it gets
the
confusing.
book of Solomon.
Amen.
In
Is that
that
Old or
book,
New Testament?
that's Old Testament. It's in
Okay,
the
I
Old
don't, I
Testament.
don't, I don't understand.
That's Old
Okay,
Testament.
I think people are misinterpreting the 700 wives thing. I don't believe Solomon actually had 700 wives. He may have had 700 matings to where he took care of women in the fields because he was wealthy beyond belief.
No, he had
But
concubines. He didn't
there's
have
no such
700
thing.
wives. He had some
Yeah,
wives and some
It
there is
said
concubines.
in
no
the
way
Bible.
a man, a human man, can satisfy or take care of 700 wives. That is ridiculous.
I get it, but it says clearly in the Bible he had 700 wives and 300 concubines.
That
Well,
was
I'm not
Solomon.
saying
Listen,
whether it's right
Solomon,
or
right? But
wrong.
Solomon,
If
right?
we
But
want
Solomon,
to
I
debate the
got that.
Bible,
But
that's a
Solomon,
different matter. But
but
it
we have
said it
to.
right
Okay, but
there.
we're taking that out of context and we're painting with a broad brush. Here, Solomon was a wise king that was in
But
a different
look at Will
situation.
Chamberlain. They said Will Chamberlain said
Can
he
I
slept
please
over with
finish?
2,000 women, didn't he?
Can I please
Sorry.
finish? He was
20,000.
a wise king that ran a kingdom. Okay, he was a godly king. He was allowed to do things that other men couldn't do. This is not a traditional thing that God wanted for man. But there were some men throughout biblical history that were granted certain privileges by God.
Right.
Elijah never saw death. Does that mean all men are not going to see death?
I get what you're saying. I get that. If But if we're gonna believe the Bible or not, I mean that's a whole different
Right, we can
topic.
believe the Bible, but we have to take it in proper context. We don't say, "Well,
I
Solomon had 700 wives. I can have 70." No, that's
I
not what that means.
I know people need to read it better. We understand that a lot of times Solomon with those wives, they would the reason why he even got married to some of those women was to bring peace between nations. That does not necessarily mean that he was taking care of all of those wives.
Exactly, like I
I
said.
I
Like I
know that's
said,
what
we need to read it. We need to read it in proper context.
Right.
He has 700 wives for
Right.
all kinds of reasons. That doesn't mean you, as a regular man, need to go out here and get 2, 3, and 4, and 5 wives.
Right.
But you can
unless
have
you're going
multiple
with that certain
relationships
scenario.
for all kind of
And
reasons.
in biblical times, we have to consider that we're talking about a kingdom. We're talking about an organized structure where these women that he acquired fall under the protection of his kingdom, and that was the privilege of it all. It's not like they sat up there and just said, "Wow, I can't wait to be in a harem." No, it
Exactly.
was
Let's have an orgy.
actually a kingdom that was yeah, it was a kingdom going on. And one of the conditions of being a part of his harem was that they would have to get down with him at command. That was part of and because he has so many of them, they could, spread out the dirty work. You know what I'm saying? But we're talking
And
about a
and
kingdom, a kingdom.
I'm
So
sorry.
guys that just want to get down with several wives in today's time, they don't have a kingdom. They're not providing for these women.
Nope.
Oftentimes, these guys that are
Nope.
in polygamous relationships, these women have their own jobs. It's like they're perverting the the kingdom mindset. They're perverting it
Yeah.
into
I,
conveniences of sex as if they were a king that's providing for his kingdom. There's a difference between a king providing to his kingdom and all the women are getting under his umbrella for protection, as opposed to a man that just knows how to talk a smooth game and convince some dummy. Nope,
Right.
I
And
don't
another
mean to
thing
offend
that they're
anybody.
not right. And another part of the story that some people keep conveniently leaving out, that a lot of those women were suitors for wives for men from different nations to bring the nations together, to keep them from warring with each other. So a lot of those women were suitors for other men
Yeah. They were pawns
from
of
different
connection.
nations.
right.
Yeah, they were pawns of connection for the nations.
Yeah, it wasn't just
That
like they
would
were having some wild ass concubine, orgy, over there, and you guys say, "Hey, man, I can have 5 and 10 and 21." No, you can't.
So
And,
wait, let me get
and
this right. Does that mean that it's okay to have multiple people as long as there's a longer pursuit of basically they have a kingdom that they're all working towards getting, so it's okay to have the multiple wives as long as it's a pursuit of this is our kingdom we're building. That's the only time it's okay.
What did she say? I don't know what that means.
she she was
Can
saying
somebody?
if
I'm trying to understand.
it yeah she was saying that if the man, let's just say in real life, if the man has a kingdom, he has his own, like, let's not even take kingdom, let's say he got his own property, land, it's all his, got money up the wazoo,
Hmm.
don't need nothing, ain't depending on nobody. Is it okay for him to have multiple wives?
Absolutely not.
no.
Okay.
Because for one, Solomon was a powerful figure throughout throughout the countryside over there, and he was the linchpin on bringing a lot of nations together to keep them from warring. So a lot of those women were suitors. Now, if this man that you speak of with all his land or whatever, what is he doing to benefit the races of people around his land?
So in modern day
Is he
time,
doing what? Is he doing what Solomon was doing?
So in modern day
Some
time,
men will do
Solomon
that
would
in
be like what,
the
the
Middle
president?
East.
Is he the linchpin to keep the Asians from fighting the blacks, or the Hispanics from fighting the blacks? Is he marrying off these women? What is he doing?
I'm trying to figure out if
in
you're trying to
modern
say.
times, it's chaos. That's why it's an outdated concept
Yeah.
because it just leads to chaos.
Yeah, and people are using that just because they want to be
I agree.
sexual perverts.
I definitely do.
Okay,
Don't
people
have
want to be people have become sexual deviants and sexual perverts, and they want to use this to try to back up their perverted lifestyle.
Wait.
Well, what do you guys think about like what's this
Yeah,
guy, the guy
that's
Nature
funny.
Boy?
Oh, that's a whole
First of all, he's not
A
only
lot
a
of those
pervert and a sexual deviant, but he's a
their
danger to those people.
family.
He's a danger. He's a danger to those people.
I don't agree with what he's doing, but these
Yeah,
women
he's
chose
abusing
to
those
be in a
people.
relationship
Yeah,
with him.
but I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the there. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about like the women and why they're there. They're lost. They're hurting. They have a lot of stuff, emotions and things that are going on that would want them to be in a situation like that. And they think that
Right,
that's the way
he's
for them to get peace. That's the way for them to get love. A lot
and
of people don't get love ever in their lives.
he's
They don't ever
wicked.
feel like they've ever been loved, and that's what they're searching
Right.
for.
Well,
It's the
he's
same
wicked.
reason why people join gangs. They're
Right.
gullible.
He's wicked.
Mm-hmm.
He's wicked, and he's taking advantage of their pain and their hurt. Okay. He's wicked. He's a wicked and evil man.
Yeah, he's a dictator from what I heard.
He's not
And
helping those women. He's enslaving those women sexually.
right, it's corrupt, very corrupt.
Same thing with the Hebrew.
And
With
making
the
them fight
Hebrew,
against each other. It's a bad.
it's the same thing with the Hebrew Israelites, right? They look to enslave their women sexually by using the Bible.
Hmm. Yeah, that brainwashing too. Look,
Yeah.
a lot of guys, not guys, women can do it too. They will find something that will invoke submission just so they can exercise their perversion. And a woman that's gullible,
Yeah.
she just wants to belong. She just wants because people think there's strength in numbers, they want to belong to something. That's how people that's how people get into gangs and
gangs,
stuff.
cults.
They know that it's criminal activity, but they don't cults as well. They know that it's unscrupulous in terms of the behaviors within their organization, but they don't care as long as they belong somewhere because nobody ever told them that they themselves are good enough.
I'm sure everybody on the internet who
Nobody ever told them that.
have watched him in the comments and everything has spoken about these women and let them know, come on, you can leave him and you don't deserve that and whatever. They still choose to be there with him.
Well, he could be. It could be some sedatives involved. Like some
Yeah, well, I'm
docile.
gonna.
I need to speak on that. No, I got to speak
That
on
could
that.
be
Who said
drugs.
that? Who said that?
What,
Speak
that
on
they
that
were
immediately.
drugs?
Who was that? No.
It's
Who is that?
me,
Who said that
Mella.
they still choose to be there?
Me, Drea.
Who,
How you doing?
that was Mella. She said they. Oh, Drea.
No,
Okay.
No,
Drea. I
They
said,
still choose to be there, but you got to realize that the people. Okay, I've been in an abusive relationship when I was younger. I'm an older woman now, and just because I chose to stay until I got healthy enough to leave doesn't mean that this situation is a good situation. Someone staying in something is not a measure of how good that thing is. That doesn't
and I
mean it's a
understand that
good thing.
completely.
It could be
I
so
agree with
many
that.
different reasons. They might not even have nowhere else to go. A lot
And
of
they
times
might just not be
abusers, they will
ready.
have it set up where you're cut off from your family, you're cut off from your friends. So he might have it to where and if you listen to him, you would tell that he's that type of person to where as though all the ties they had with people that love them, that really actually care about them, all those connections are broken, and all they feel they have is him. So that's why they're saying, that's why a lot of them are probably saying it. I just wanted to say that. All right, I'm going
Yeah.
No offense. I know this is not a humorous thing, but I'm just humorous on the fact that there are a bunch of women who are hanging around a dude named Nature Boy. I'm sorry. When I think of Nature Boy, I'm immediately thinking Ric Flair. You know Ric Flair, right, Max?
Yeah, I know.
I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, why would you? I'm sorry. I know this is a serious topic, and I'm not trying to
They
be
don't
funny.
know. They
but
don't know
I
any
just-
better, and
But
you
there's
can't tell them
guys,
any
but you know
better.
what?
They're captivated
There's,
by him. Just
I'm
captivated by
worried.
him.
You know what? The women I'm not so tripping about because they can be, tricked or whatever. But the dudes over there, like, what are y'all doing? Y'all can't
Man,
see this dude is fake. Like,
man, you know what? Somebody suggested I go over to his channel earlier, and I'm like, I'm
I've
thinking to myself,
never viewed his
I had
content or whatever. I've only heard about it. He's so notorious. I only heard about it.
I
Yeah, me
talked to him
too.
for 15 minutes one time, ended up calling him a maniac.
Got to be.
Fucking man, excuse my friend, he's a maniac.
He's Nature Boy. Come on.
Talking all that crazy celestial alignment crap.
Is that what he does? That's what he
Yeah.
does. He tells them it's celestial.
So he's like a young
Yeah.
pharaoh in that sense.
Yes.
No, he worse than young pharaoh.
So basically his tactic,
Yeah,
his
he worse than young
strategy,
pharaoh.
or his strategy is to convince them that it was meant to be. That's what he's doing.
Fate.
Talking about your reflection and all this other crap.
Man.
Wow.
And that's what
That's
happens when
sad.
you get out there and your mind is so open to the wrong things. You start walking around here believing that if you put on a yellow suit, you Big Bird. Okay? That's what starts to happen. I can get me a yellow suit right now and, start a cult called the Big Bird people. Wouldn't nobody say anything about it? He got a right to walk around here thinking he a big old bird.
What I have found, any bad decision I've ever made in life, be it a relationship, motherhood, and everything in between, it was because I was nutritionally deficient. Right?
Check this out.
I'm
Check this
serious.
out, Mela.
Like when I got my nutrition together, I didn't fall for shit.
Listen, let me tell you how messed up we are. If I got a bunch of people together right now, we all got Big Bird costumes, right? Y'all know who Big Bird is from Sesame Street?
Yeah.
And we got a bunch of men. We start walking around clucking and shit, talking about we birds. You know what I'm saying? We would get defended. We would probably become a protective species. Because nobody is going to say that we're wrong.
I tell you what, if you slip those women some B complex vitamins, they will see the light. I think they're deficient in trace minerals and nutrients that make them think for themselves. Their brain is starving.
Gotta be. I can't. Just the fact they're around a dude called Nature Boy. I'm just I can't.
I will openly go, and with my group, we will walk into a bank, stick the bank up, right? Take all the money out of the bank and get arrested. We would get arrested, and then we will win our case in court because we would just simply tell the judge that birds don't rob banks, right?
And there'll be a lawyer that will take that case. And lawyer will take that case in a heartbeat.
Like my honor, you could have been talking about us because we're birds. Birds don't rob banks.
And they would defend it too.
Yeah. That's how silly a lot of this stuff is.
I know. God.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You got a human being walking around talking about, oh, don't refer to me as a man or a woman. I'm non-binary. Also, what you want to be known as a numerical. I mean, come on, man. It's just things are out of control.
That's another thing. That's why I hit the link, right? Because you were talking about the alphabet people. Do you know that they are creating an emoji with a pregnant man?
Yeah,
You're
yeah, yeah, yeah.
lying.
Yeah, I seen
Oh,
that.
Oh my
I was,
god, I'm done.
yes, it's
Yeah.
getting that deep. It's getting that
Why
deep.
not? Why not? Nobody is saying it's wrong.
This
Why
shit is
not?
wrong. It's sick society. I don't even want to live in this shit like
Yeah,
this.
nobody's saying we're afraid to tell them it's wrong. We can't say that. Hey man, you're wrong, man. Don't you say that.
Yep.
You got a right
It's
to be
crazy.
whatever you want to be.
That's crazy,
Yeah,
man.
but he's wrong though. We did no, I got a right to be whatever you want to be.
Mm-hmm. And you ain't got the power to tell them no.
Nope, can't say no.
Can't tell
That
them
fool
no.
that went into that crazy white man that went into that electronic art store, right, with that wig on, got into it with that dude talking about address me as Miss.
Yeah, I saw that.
Ain't nobody gonna say he wrong.
No, they'll defend them.
Yeah. Yes. And you got some, and then you had a debate not too long ago with some dude that looked absolutely crazy, right? Arguing about getting rid of pronouns. Some woman
Right.
taking male hormones. Some woman, or I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a male taking female hormones or men. I don't even know what these people are anymore.
I think, I, well, okay, I'm getting excited. Because I oppose this effort so furiously. It's confusing children. It's developing a society of chaos. And you know, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen in the future,
But
but
you see, again,
you
this
know,
is
they're
where
trying to they're trying to
but you
normalize
see,
chaos.
this is where I got a problem with the sisters. And my only problem, because y'all know I don't, it's hell and high water to get me to blame a black woman for anything. But when it comes down to this, I have a problem with black women because black women are too accepting
Yeah,
of this kind of lifestyle.
yeah, exactly. Like when you go to a
Okay?
hairdresser that is
Yeah,
obviously you know, that becomes your buddy and he happens to be a
yeah,
homosexual, then you
yeah.
develop your heartstrings are pulled whenever his emotions are tried, and then next thing you know, you
Thank you,
defending the
Mella.
alphabet community, and it's a
Thank you,
trap,
Mella.
you know, it's a trap
You're the first woman. You're the first one
to
black
accept
woman I ever
chaos.
heard. You're the first black woman
It's
that
a
I ever
trap
heard own up to it.
to accept chaos as normal.
Yeah.
Chaos can never be normal, but if you slick, you can ease it on in there. If you're slick,
You,
and they are slick.
Yep.
you're the first woman I heard, black woman heard, that even owned up to it, to even acknowledge it.
Yeah,
Kudos to you.
yeah, it's just difficult. It's difficult to me to
And I'm not saying
conceive.
it's your, and you know what? And I'm not saying it's your fault as a black. I'm saying that our sisters are just too accepting of it.
Yeah, that's what
The
I'm
first
trying to
one to
say
sit
as
up here
well.
talking about some. Hey, oh, you know what? Call him Miss. He want to be known as a Miss, but he's not a Miss. He's a whole grown ass man. Well, no, but call him Miss. Ain't nothing wrong. There is something wrong with it.
Hmm.
And you get shamed for not doing it too. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
crazy part. I'm like, but that's not a woman. Call him a woman anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So what do we do as people that oppose this um, trajectory? You know, because that missile is headed toward this chaos. It's definitely headed that way. What are we to do? Just sit back
I
and say,
think that
"Damn."
now this is where I do think black women can step in and be an
I mean, they
asset.
got men wrestling. They got men wrestling girls. It's crazy.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is where I think black women can be an asset, you know, to the community and dig in. It's you know, start correcting your little boys. If you see your little boy wearing high heels, Get him out of them high heels. And tell him, no, this is the girls wear, boys don't wear high heels. If he's playing in your makeup, stop him from doing it.
Yeah.
If he's
Mothers
dressed in
are the
your
first
clothes, stop
teachers.
him from doing it.
Mothers are the first
You know
teachers.
what I heard a woman? You know what I heard a black woman? You know what I heard a black woman say? Her name was Feminista Jones, right? She said if her boy wanted to wear a dress, she would let him wear a dress and dare somebody to say something about it.
That's not cool.
Oh, wow.
That's not cool.
And I hate to say this, but you wondering, now I'm not saying it's your fault, but you wondering why we don't have any real strong men anymore. There's a reason for that. When we are accepting them being effeminate, when we are accepting them being effeminate on one end, we can't turn around on the other end right, and accuse them of being weak when we are accepting them being effeminate.
It's crazy. Keep a boy in a male child's look, mothers are the first teachers. Okay? You know that child was born with, male organs, thereby he is a male child. And now because children have a curiosity to discover their world, they're going to want to experiment with things that are outside the realm of their nature. And if we accept it, like, oh, that's so cute, you trying to wear mama's high heels. No, you got to shut that shit down. You got to shut
Ain't
that
nothing cute
shit
about
down.
that.
Ain't nothing cute about that.
Do any of
But
you guys actually listen to the
I don't
people?
know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because I remember growing up with a kid that ended up being like that, but ever since he was a little boy, there was nothing his mom could do about it. Like,
I'm sorry, Mel, but Drea wanted to say something. Go ahead, Drea.
No, I was just gonna say, do any of you guys actually listen to the kids or the people who grew up in a home with someone who, took the high heels away or took the makeup away because they wanted them to be a man because they were born a man? Did any of you guys ever even think about how that affects the child? Yes,
It's the way you. It's okay.
But wait a minute. How was it
Okay,
supposed to? I don't want to say.
Melanated wanted to say something too.
Okay. Okay, I'm going
I
on.
just
I'm
wanted
let you
to say
ladies
that I
handle it.
grew up with a girl. I grew up with a I wouldn't say I was older than them. I've seen a young boy and a young girl, one in New Jersey, one in Pennsylvania. The boy was in New Jersey, the girl was in Pennsylvania. And since they were little kids, and they were already like the little girl, she just acted like a little boy. She only wanted to wear boys' clothes, and she just was like that. And then when she got to be like a teenager, like I've been around her whole life, even till now. And she's a grown woman now, like 27, 28 years old. She wanted, and she's a lesbian, and she's like, she tried to date boys and stuff like that, but it just never worked. She never liked boys in that type of way. The same thing for the little boy. And they were like that, like when they were one, they just were like that. So that's why I don't know, like his voice was different. It was very effeminate.
No.
So it's like, I don't think that nobody pushed them like that. And people say you're not born like that. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. Let me finish. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that this is what I witnessed with my eyeballs. Okay? This is what I saw, and with my eyeballs, those kids, they were like that. They were like that, and there's nothing that no one could have done to make them any different than what they turned out to be, because they were like that by the time they was 1 year old. They were like that, and they did get teased at 3, and everybody noticed it and picked up on it. But a lot of people really didn't say anything. But what you guys are saying is that somebody should have told them not let them be like that.
I got a question. Who knows they're like what at 1 year old?
No, not that they liked something at one. I'm talking about like they liked girl stuff, but they was a boy, or vice versa.
At
They
the age
wanted
of
to wear
1?
boy clothes even though they were a girl. Yes, they was like that from day one. I would put her on the phone.
A
Yeah,
1-year-old,
we gotta
a
we gotta stop. We
1-year-old
gotta
doesn't.
yeah, but you
Yeah,
see,
that's
we gotta
a
cut that
1-year-old.
out.
Come on now.
A
I'm not. No, but
baby don't
no.
a 1-year-old don't know
I don't have to
anything.
cut that. I'm telling you how the little girl
Okay.
acted. No, but I'm explaining to you, like, that's why I never understood when people, because I don't believe that. When people say that,
I
I
don't
think it's a
believe that.
choice. But people say that they're born like that. But the reason why it confuses me is because I saw what I saw. I saw
I
that
don't
little
believe
girl
that.
be that way, playing basketball. She played basketball. She went to college. She got a scholarship for basketball. She was she was always like that. And then she did try. When she tried when she was about 16 and dating age came around. I remember doing her hair for, getting her ready for the dance. Her mom, all of us getting her ready. And
See,
she
this is a
didn't walk right in the
situation.
dress. She
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
feminine. She just wasn't
This is see these
at all. She was not feminine in no way, shape, or form.
these are
It's
the
one of the
types.
methods that they use to push that
All
shit,
right,
Miller.
all right, all right. These are the types of situations where things are left unsaid. There's something that happened to that baby, not necessarily adversely, but an influential thing, right? Because a 1-year-old is
Mm-hmm.
is discovering their world, and it is up to their caregiver
Okay.
to guide them in a direction where they should go.
That woman had 5 kids, and
Exactly.
the rest of them are just they're regular kids. They're regular kids. Just
Like I
only
said,
that one was like that. That's how she was.
there's something that is not being said.
How about it's just a choice? Maybe the child just chooses that that's
Not
what
at
they like. They
one.
like
At
Not at
basketball.
1 years
one.
old, the child made
Not
a
at
Okay,
one.
choice.
maybe
No, I'm
one
not.
is a little bit is a choice.
I think y'all can. Y'all wait a minute. You guys, wait a minute. Are we listening to one another? At one, y'all think I'm saying she was 1 and she's like, oh, I want a girlfriend. No, y'all, you guys, she's 1. All I'm saying is
Okay,
that she would like a truck over a dog. She would
yes,
like,
that's
she
I
just
agree.
she walked more like a boy, like her demeanor, just like y'all know how women walk. Women, we walk as we get older. Girls, we walk different than boys. We're not.
I'm
We
not.
don't walk the same. We just
I'm
don't.
not. I'm
Well,
not
We have a different
disputing.
essence about us.
babies.
I'm
I
not
really don't. At,
disputing.
at the age of 1, I really don't see a difference between the way a male baby walks and a female baby walk.
But
At
what about
one
their
years
choices,
old.
like you said?
At
Yeah,
one
I really don't see a difference.
But
What
year
about the
old.
choices?
I agree.
See,
I
There's
mean,
no clear.
I
There's
raised
no
3
I was
girls
clear.
and
old.
1 boy, and mine's are all fine.
There's no clear. There's no
But
clear difference.
Okay,
I
but
don't
at
know how to
one,
like
I mean, at
if
explain.
1 year old.
if
Wait
the
a minute.
child is a
Any of you
boy,
guys have any alphabet people in y'all family? Do any of y'all have that y'all knew from day 1 that they were born?
Yes,
Any
No,
of you
I
guys?
my
do.
brother just
I
gave
I
say,
that
do.
shit.
Okay.
So
I
And
think
how were
that
they? Oh, Max said he did. How were they as children, Max?
Just a regular kid. My niece Gina, she was just a regular kid. She didn't get like that until she was older.
maybe that's the only time she felt comfortable to be
But
herself.
you even said that she liked to do, like, I'm gonna tell you right now, like, I'm not saying that every girl that likes to play basketball and football and all that they're like that, because it's not true. We know that's not true. But I remember you saying that about your one niece, that she liked to play with the boys all the time. She liked to play sports all the time. Like, you saw those
Hmm.
things early. That
Yeah, she was
she
very
wasn't like
athletic.
the regular girls that, yeah, she's very athletic. And that was just a
Hmm.
sign right there that I'm trying to say is, I guess for like some kids, and
Yeah,
especially
but
for
she
the
was
boy, I
never
find it because a lot of times
I,
you see girls be
right, but she
tomboys.
was never. Yeah, but even though she was athletic and everything, she was never like dudish or anything like that. She was just a girl. She was just a girl that could play baseball, run real fast.
exactly. She
She was
wasn't
never like
dudish.
dudish. Yeah.
And somebody has
But
to.
like, think about it. Okay, like we say, oh wait, hold on. We say don't let our kids do this and do that. My daughter, she's 25 now. She has her first son, and my daughter, she played t-ball, but she also a brownie, like in the Girl Scouts. She wanted to play t-ball. I let her play it. She played basketball. She was a cheerleader. She was, she
And
did
there's
theater.
nothing
She did
wrong
all
with
that
that.
stuff.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But what I'm saying is that, but what if when she was 5 years old? Wait, hold on. What if when she was 5 and she said, "Mom, I want to play t-ball," and I said, "No, you're not playing t-ball. Boys play t-ball." Like I didn't do that. I let her play t-ball. She's fine. She's a married woman. She has her son. She's
what is
great.
t-ball?
But you understand what I'm saying?
What is t-ball?
It's basically baseball. That's what it is.
Yeah,
but it's for the
I'm
little
not
kids.
interested
It's like
in
for the
telling a
little kids.
child.
I
I'm
don't
not
know
interested
what
in telling
t-ball.
a child no. I'm not interested in telling a child that they're wrong. What I'm interested in is making sure that they are guided in accordance to the gender they were born. That's what I'm interested
Well,
in.
nobody told my parents that, because my parents definitely told us that when we was wrong, they told us we were wrong.
Yeah, guidance doesn't have to be abrasive. Guidance doesn't have to be like, put that high heel shoe down, boy. What's wrong with you? It doesn't have to be like that. Okay? It can be a guidance.
No, I'm not saying that, but no, I'm not saying that. I raised 4 kids. I'm not saying that. But when you said like if someone really wants to do something and they have their heart set on something and they're not understanding what the big deal is, and it's like I mean, I don't know. I don't have any alphabet kids. So I don't know what that's like. So I mean, we probably need to have an alphabet somebody that has a child like that, because I don't have any kids like that. So I don't. And I'm just telling you that I had a daughter and she did all kinds of different things. I had a bunch of daughters. They did a lot of different, a lot of different sports. They did girl stuff. They did that. And I let them just have a blast, and learn new things.
There's a difference between being athletic and sexually rebellious. There's a difference. Okay? You can be athletic. You can play football. You can do all that stuff. But to be sexually rebellious against your nature is chaotic.
Well, I don't know. I think that
I mean, I kind of agree with that. I do. I'm just saying, because I just wonder what those parents felt like that had those kind of kids. That's what I'm saying. I didn't have those kind of kids. Thank God. I can't answer that kind of stuff. I'm just saying, for the parents that do, I mean, what if my child was like that? And what would, I don't know. Like, I'm just glad I never got put in a situation like that. But we do know millions of people have that situation.
Okay, well, let's talk about point of reference, okay? If I may be allowed. There was this TV show called Empire, right? And not everybody, but a lot of people, including myself, just had to sit down and watch Empire until we had watch parties, right?
Not me, I didn't watch it.
We had watch parties. And then somebody brought their young son to the watch party. Somebody brought their young son to the watch party, and most of us protested, like, wait a minute. There's a gay couple on here that expresses themselves with physically, and I don't think this boy should be watching that. And they were saying, oh, you making a big deal out of nothing. What I want to emphasize is there is a such thing as a point of reference. If that child is in his formative years and he's watching 2 men kissing, do we not believe for 1 minute that he's not going to have an imprint in his psyche that that's cool? And I'm saying keep these kids away from shit that ain't supposed to happen. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think the boy should be watching a man and a woman kissing either if he's a young child. He shouldn't be watching anybody kissing or any intimate scenes at all. Whether it's
anybody. I agree with that.
Whether it's a man and a man or a woman and a woman or
I'm not talking about, wait a minute, I'm not talking about porn. I'm talking about public displays of affection.
And
for a boy to watch 2 men express public displays of intimate affection, otherwise known as kissing, hugging, and telling each other they love one another and they're going to live together happily ever after, that constructs a memory.
They shouldn't be watching men and women either.
Yeah, because that's double damaging, right? Because for one, it's 2 men. That's confusing for one. That's confusing his sexuality.
It's very confusing.
Not only he shouldn't be watching you, but I agree. It should be seeing no public displays of affection. But definitely not that. That's really problematic.
And that's at the very least gonna bring a lot of questions
You
that
gotta
people
question
Exactly. That's the real.
you
That's
gotta question a lot of
really
things.
problematic.
Yeah, I
I
remember my
go ahead.
mother had
Say
a
about the narrative
alphabet.
that they should be what they want to be. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Should they,
No, they
you know,
should be.
let them be what they
They
want to
should
be?
be. No, they should be the gender that they was born as. All this crap about, well, he
That's
could
what
be a
I
girl.
think.
No, he
That's
How
can't
are
be a
you gonna?
not
girl.
enough
How?
for them.
And it
They
goes
really
back
don't
to
even want to be the
procreation.
bonus.
It goes back to procreation. If it has nothing to do with procreation, it's chaos, and that's
It
my
did.
story, and
Doesn't
I'm sticking to it. If it has
and
nothing to
and
do with
and
procreation, it's chaos.
and and Leviticus, it tells you how the Creator feels about homosexuality. It's very clear, isn't it?
Know that there's different ways of procreating.
Whoa. Okay, tell
Wait a
me.
minute. Wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm gonna stay
I
out
want
this
to
one.
hear this one too. I want to hear this one too.
There's
Yeah,
different ways
I
of
gotta hear this.
procreating. It doesn't have to be a man and a man are trying to procreate and have a family. It could be a man and a woman where the woman cannot have kids and they would like to have a child together. There's different ways of procreating.
Okay, so where's the other way though? You haven't said the other way of procreating.
I'm
Where's
just saying
that?
it's not only a man and a woman who can procreate, as far as like maybe the male cannot procreate with the woman or the woman cannot procreate with the
Yeah, I
man
got
and they
that. I
have
understand that, but what's the
insemination
right?
and
I got that, but
surrogacy.
what's the other way of procreating though? You said there's another way of procreating.
Well, if they're gonna have a child, they can have a child and give it to a lesbian couple or a gay couple. That doesn't mean that
Okay,
only
okay,
people that
maybe you
can make kids.
misunderstanding what I'm
But they
saying.
didn't make it. They didn't make
Okay,
that baby though. They didn't make it.
well, hold on, wait.
Only
I
a
think
man
she
and a woman can make a
misunderstanding.
baby.
I think you misunderstanding. You said that there's other ways of procreating, right?
Meaning they
Is
don't
that
have
what
to
you
be in
said?
a male and female relationship to create and have
Well,
that
that's not
family.
another way. That's not another way of procreating. That's the same way. You still
It's
involve a
still not
woman
gonna
and a
be
man.
accepted though. It's still not gonna
That's
be
You
accepted.
dangerous.
still,
That's
you
No, no, no,
dangerous,
no,
still,
no, no.
ma'am.
You see,
you
That's
still,
I'm
dangerous.
not
you
talking
still
about
need
that. You
an
said
egg and a sperm. At the end of the day,
right,
you
right,
need an
right,
egg and
right,
a
right.
sperm.
Yeah, you said that there was a different way of doing it. What is the different way of doing it?
Well, I was basically just referring to having children in different type of relationships. It doesn't
There
Okay, well
is
that's the
necessarily have to
no,
same old
be
there is
procreation. There's
marriage.
no
no
other
different.
way to
Yeah,
procreate other
yeah.
than the
There's no
egg
other way
and
of
the
procreating.
sperm.
So it's not
I think
creating
you're
it.
talking
You
about
mean
artificial
oh you're saying
insemination.
that they
That's
can
what you're
raise
talking about,
babies.
right?
Anybody can raise babies, but what you're saying, but they can't create them. It takes a man and a woman to create a baby.
But
We all know
Even
that.
foster care
even if
raise
We,
it's
we ain't that
babies.
far
accepted
going on.
for them to raise babies, if it's not accepted for them to be able to even kiss on television, it's not going to be accepted for them to
Yeah,
even raise a
I don't
baby
think
that
it
is
should be
procreating with
But
just
accepted.
a
I
let me,
man.
think it's
Max, let me tell y'all a
uh-huh.
story. And you guys, this is very interesting. I have a neighbor. I have 3 different women that I know that they had like 5 or 6 kids. One got 3, and 2 I know got 5. And they decided, they divorced from their husbands. They're with other women. They got remarried to women, etc., etc. Do you know that the majority of all their kids, out of all those kids, what is it, 5, 10? That's 13 kids. Probably about 10 of them are all homosexual out of all those
Okay,
women's kids.
yeah,
That would not have
that's because
happened if those women didn't do that. That's influence. You not those kids are not that way for real in their mind. No. Those ladies and their lifestyle changed those kids that way.
yeah,
Period.
exactly, man. That's an
Now see,
influence.
that's different to what I was
Um,
talking about earlier. You
yeah, I want to
understand?
get to
Where I
what she
said
was
like
saying.
I knew
Right,
those kids for their mom was that's
right. I
crazy.
wanted to get what she said about kissing on TV. Well, no, no, you shouldn't be allowed to be kissed. The, no, because a man and a woman can kiss on TV because a man and a woman is a natural union. A man and
No,
a
to
man, that is an
who?
unnatural union. A woman and a woman,
To
that is an
who?
unnatural union.
To who? That's to
To the create,
you.
no, to the creator.
That is to you. That's how you think. And
I'm
people
not
like
the
you,
creator. I'm
Okay,
not
No,
the
it's not
okay,
creator.
natural because
okay.
it can't
So
create.
why,
It's not
why,
natural because it would be able to
why,
create.
I'm not
Why would
judging other people's lifestyle, but it's
there's
not
so
natural.
many
We know
reasons,
it's not
Okay,
natural.
and there's so many reasons.
y'all on
And check
something.
this out.
Okay.
And there's so many reasons why it's an unnatural union, right? Because neither one of you, right, in your origin, man and man, you can't create a baby.
So that doesn't mean that they don't love each other. Just because they don't can't create a baby does not
Well,
mean
No,
that they
that's
don't
not
love
what
each
I'm saying.
You
I
can
homosexuality,
think
love,
anybody can love
you can
anybody.
love,
homosexuality is.
you look,
Hold on,
look.
can I
Anybody can
You
love
can
finish
love
it?
anybody.
a rock.
Let me answer, please.
You can love a tree.
Okay,
That don't mean you fucking it.
homosexuality doesn't have anything to do with love. It's about sex. That's all it's about. It's about sex. That's all you do is have sex.
That is not true. There are plenty of
Oh, yes, it
relationships that
is
are
true.
people who are
That is
Oh, but I'm
true.
afraid it
who do
is
not
true.
believe in, who do not even have
It's
sex.
true. All they care
But
about is
I'm
having
afraid it is
sex.
true.
All they care
Because
about
there's
is
nothing
their
else.
perversion.
Because
That's
there's
all
no
they care about.
because there's
Why
nothing
is it
else.
that
They care
Because
about
there's
their
nothing else that you can
self-interest. That's
produce.
all they care about.
Okay, now, let me tell you how it's true. Because there's nothing that two women can produce sexually together other than pleasuring each other. There's nothing two men can produce together other than, well, disgustingly try to, pleasure each other. There was
And
no
that's why it's
natural
not
life coming from. Hold on, please.
exactly.
There was no natural life that can be created from each couple. Nothing. That's why it is about sex.
Exactly.
it is not about sex?
Oh, but I'm afraid so.
What is it
Now,
That is
about?
let
in
me
your
get back to
mind.
what I was saying about.
When you
What is
think
Now,
two men
let's
together,
get
you're
back to
thinking
is it
the
about?
sex.
unnatural.
And when you
Okay,
think two
now,
women together, you think it's sex.
okay, so let me get back to
Why
the
What is
is
it
kissing
it
on
that
about?
television.
when you see a man and a woman together, you're not thinking sex?
Okay, so let me give.
What
Okay, let
is
me
it
get back to
about?
the kissing on television.
Solidarity? It's about solidarity. What is it about?
Now, let me get back to the kissing on television. No, it's not accepted that two women kiss on TV. No, it is not accepted by two men with this disgusting act of kissing on TV. That is an act of disgust. You know what disgust is? That's an
Listen,
abomination. That's what's told to you in the Bible. It is an abomination. It's a very disgusting act. So it's not widely accepted because it's unnatural.
listen. I raised my child to kiss on the forehead and the cheek, and when I raised my child to
I'm
on
really
the lips, I was like,
I'm
"What in
not
the world
I'm
is this
really
doing?"
unmoved by
You
that at
understand
this
what I'm
point. I'm
saying?
talking about something else. I'm
I
talking
understand what
about
you're
an
saying,
unnatural, disgusting act of an
but
abomination
it doesn't
being
even have
displayed
to
on
be between
TV
a
in
man
front
and
of
a
all our
woman.
children. Do you know I don't watch ESPN anymore because of what's the guy name? Pro Speak, help me out. The guy that got
Michael Sam.
drafted. Yeah, I
Yeah,
no
Michael Sam.
longer watch ESPN because they allow Michael Sam and his white boyfriend to slob each other down in front of everybody on television. Do you
Yeah,
know kids watch ESPN?
What? Damn.
that was way too much. I would have stopped too. Like,
It
oh,
is a repulsive act
Who
of
was it? Well, I gotta look that up.
disgust.
Who was it?
Michael
Michael
Sam.
Sam.
It's perversion, man.
It
I
is a
gotta look that up.
repulsive act of disgust. If it was
It,
natural, you wouldn't be having all of these.
I,
If it was natural, you wouldn't be having all these problems.
I want to know what
it's
what's that
impolite.
Dina? I want to know what she has to say about what I said about the ladies' kids all being lesbian, like being all a mess, like they're all like that now. You know, they wouldn't have been like that. They most certainly wouldn't have been like that.
You're not
How
sure if they would have
what do
been
you
like that.
what do you think about that? No, I am sure. There's no way 5 out of your kids are going to be like that. No,
Well, to me,
you're
I
not
don't
going to tell
see
me
I
it
that.
no
think that
different.
they
Sorry.
had a
I don't see it
choice.
no different than letting a pack of rats or wolves raise human children. Okay,
Like
that's the
all
way
this
I
one
see
So
it.
lady,
they're gonna always think that
all 5 of her children are like that. All
Yeah.
5.
all of her kids are like that.
She did that. Yeah, she did that because
Maybe
they
that's
look up
how
to their
they
mom.
raise their
Their
kids.
mom's living
Maybe that's
like
how they
that,
raise their
so
kids.
now they think it's normal.
But not
Talking
everybody
about
is
some
raised in a
love.
lesbian
Ain't
household to
got nothing
believe
to
that
do with
only
love.
lesbianism is the way or only gayness is the way. They could
Raunchy,
just have,
disgusting
it would
sex isn't love.
Well, I mean, they're gonna say
Okay.
have really impressionable
including
kids
sex
because
as
their kids
love.
are like that.
Sex is
Okay,
not
so
love.
okay, so we're gonna shift the shift the conversation. Dame, are you up?
Because I
Dame.
don't want her to feel
We
like
could be on
pressured or
this
anything.
forever.
James.
No,
It's
don't
just
worry.
a
I'm
Oh,
it's a
oh,
it's
don't
a
worry.
heavy
We
topic.
just talking. We
Is
just
James up?
talking.
Yeah.
James.
She probably
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you find a
So
video?
you ready for the rest of the
No, I
You
sent
ready
you
for
a
the rest?
video and I sent you a video in the email. You
Oh,
can
okay. You want to go directly to that one? Okay. All right.
no.
No
Okay,
problem.
no. Let's play the last part. The last part is
Okay.
the
Charlene,
last
I'm
All right.
part.
sorry this became a little bit too,
No, you
we got
guys
a
were
little
having good
hot.
conversations. It was a
Yeah.
good dialogue.
It's a hot topic,
It
that's for
is. It's
sure.
very hot.
Yeah, and
Very
everybody
Yeah,
have their
that's a hot
opinion
controversial.
on
one.
it.
what I was referring to about the people kissing on TV. My kid was watching Zig and Sharko, and it's a cartoon that's on Netflix. And the girl was kissing the shark and on the lips, and that's where the kissing on the lips came from. The shark and the girl kissing. So they could get things from anywhere. It doesn't have to be like shown
No,
on TV.
nobody's diving
I
into
don't
the
know what that's
ocean to
supposed
kiss
to
a shark.
mean.
Like what?
I don't know what
What?
that's supposed to
Mellow,
What?
mean. I mean,
What
Mellow,
I'm,
let
what
Mellow
I'm
it
trying to
what
say
he
is it
said.
doesn't have
Yeah,
to
go
be
ahead.
a show like Empire that is PG-13 or whatever. It could be a cartoon.
Okay, you guys. Okay, you guys. We're gonna shift it. We're gonna shift the subject. It's probably gonna be a little bit funny and hopefully a little bit lighter of a subject.
Uh-oh.
we was having fun.
Basically,
I know I
Oh, this is
was.
about to go
you
left.
go over to girl house. You know what I'm saying? This is the first time she let you come through. You know what I'm saying? You gotta hit her at her house the first time. It's the only way the plan is gonna work. So you get her to let you come over there and hit her at her crib. You dog it down. You feel me? Beat the doonies all the way down. You feel me? And then fall asleep. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta make sure it's on a day that you know she gotta go to work in the morning. You feel me? So you come over there, kill it, fall asleep. If she wake up in the morning and just go to work and don't wake you up and tell you to leave or nothing like that, then just don't never leave. Just post up. You know what I'm saying? When she come back, be there. You know what I'm saying? Dishes washed. You feel me? Like you done cook some little burgers, some little dilly burgers. You found some little hamburger meat in the freezer and made some little dilly hamburgers and fries when she got off work. Like blunt roll. Now you in there. If she let you stay that night and you hit her again that night, and then she wake up and go to work again, you live there. You feel me? Go get some clothes, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Go get some clothes. Just leave the door unlocked. Go grab you some clothes. Leave the door unlocked so you can get back in. You don't never want to not be there. You don't never want her to be able to get in the crib while you ain't there until you all the way locked in. You know what I'm saying? So
Look at
that's the
Tanya's
move,
face.
man. Just go over there and kill it one time and post up. You feel me?
You know what?
So
Listen, so I
basically what you do.
guess his black ass ain't going to work. I guess that's what he telling you, because he gonna leave your apartment door, your house door open. Listen, I am Tanya TKO. I am a
You can
self-love
pause it.
specialist and a certified clinical hypnotherapist, as well as a certified life coach with a
Same there,
specialty
same.
in relationship coaching. On this channel, we use viral.
Okay, what do you guys think about that in this dating world?
Well,
where can I begin with this?
Go ahead.
yeah.
Do you guys think this is possible? First one, is this possible?
Yes, yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Wow.
I know a few guys who have done this actually.
You do? Let's see. I want to hear the story.
Well, two of them are one of them is my brother. That is a dude that I've seen occasionally. They will do stuff like this. Not exactly in the way that this guy is doing it, but yeah, they will lay up on a woman, stay in the house, and just stay there. So yeah, I know this can work, especially if you got a woman who, if he's, you know, putting it in the work, as it say, that can work. You know, that,
And the
so
woman's
yeah,
lonely and desperate. She got to be lonely and desperate. That's the only way.
that too, that too. So yeah, it could work.
So your brother,
But
is your brother a homosexual though?
yes, my brother is a
He really
homosexual.
is.
Yes, yes, he is.
All right. So
Charlie's
you
so cute.
understand?
He really is, Charlie.
I don't know, because I don't know
Yes,
many of these people.
yes, yes, he is a homosexual. He is.
Because I don't
They-
know many of these people. I be thinking people be lying, but okay.
no, I
No,
don't.
he's telling the truth.
I've told Max. No, I've told about my brother. Yes, he's a homosexual.
Oh my
I don't.
god. And how
He
does a
been
woman
doing.
stay with him? Does he pick he pick people with low self-esteem, or does
Yes,
he really love the woman, or no?
right. They're women who have issues.
Hmm.
Someone with major mental issues.
And what's wrong with him? Why he can't? Why he can't go to work?
Well, one that he has a drug issue. That's one thing. Plus, he's had a lot of multiple felonies
Hmm.
related to drugs, so it's kind of hard for him to get that type of job. But especially now, as he got older. But back in the day, he had some decent to good paying jobs.
So what
But
what
the,
happened? Why he fell off?
the
Drugs.
drugs, the
Long
drugs. Yep, crack.
Drugs ain't no joke.
That's
Drugs
why
ain't no
I
joke.
abhor drugs. I hate drugs with a passion
Okay.
because it that damaged my family on both sides of my family, my mother's side and my father's side. And one of those is one of my brothers. He cannot function without a woman, and he will try to manipulate them to live off of them.
Mm,
He's done it, and he's been successful.
that's sad.
I can't explain it. I'd be looking at like how do you do this? I mean, because even with I talk about my situation. I was the bum and the homosexual as well for a bit. But the difference between me and him, I couldn't stay in that. My pride, my dignity couldn't allow me to stay in that position. So I, you know, wanted to get out of that. And luckily I had my ex who was willing to help me get out of that. There's some women, they don't want these dudes to leave. They'll give them the $20. They'll give them the $20 and give them, buy him trinkets and all kinds of stuff. But if he does try to do better, they'll put a stop to it. So to say that it won't work, no, that it would work. It's to say that he's capping, no. There are dudes
I
who
knew
can't
some
do it,
white
but
girls definitely that they did not even want their men to work because like they were dating black guys and they did not want those men to work. These were two of them were girlfriends of mine. They didn't want them to work because they were jealous of the other women at the job, that he would be cheating with the other women at the job. So they would intentionally do stuff, buy him everything, spoil him so that they don't work, so they're not around other women.
not even jealous of the women. He would just leave. He'll leave. They don't want him to leave because just like
disgusting.
he's dependent on her, she's dependent on him.
Yep.
It's that like dependency is it's off the chain.
That sounds like
So
desperation.
Because what
yeah,
it is like Sharlene. You seen how in the video, Tanya, that you got the clip you guys just played, how Tanya, the guy, he never left. So think about it. He keeps staying there all these different days. So one day she come home from work, he not there. She's alarmed. Where is he? Now, because now she's got used to that. She's become codependent on him being there. So now she's gonna try. Now he's gonna play a game with her. He's gonna play like this game with her. Like now she's gonna feel, oh well, you got to give me more so I stay. Because now she like not only does she want him to stay, she kind of needs him to stay because he's made that relationship is a toxic codependent relationship. Just like Bro Speak is saying. So now it's just like she needs him to stay, and just as much as he needs to stay there. But he don't want to give off that air like I need to stay here. You understand? He wants to make her think like I got other places I could be. So he'll start dipping out a little bit. So then she could chase and all that. Like it's a mess. Like I've seen those type of relationships. You ain't living up in my house for free. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
It's expensive nowadays.
Man,
Take care of a grown person. It's crazy.
And I've had one of my brother's girlfriends. I mean, she will call me, where is he? And I'm like, most times I would tell, I'm not here. He'd be there. He'd say, hey, man, tell him I'm not here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why you put? But that's my brother. I love him. He's an idiot, but you do for family. So I'm lying, even though she knows she hear the music that he played. and like I know he there. I'm like, no, he not. You don't listen to that music. How do you know?
Do you think your brother's a homosexual?
What? Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
And he's talking to women. Do they know that he is?
Yeah, ask him that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a hobo-sexual. A hobo-sexual.
Oh, okay.
Hobo. No.
Not hobo. Yes, hobo.
Not the other one. No,
I
hobo.
thought maybe she might have thought.
You're not about to get on that again.
No,
Yeah,
not.
I just say no, but I didn't look at the sexual part of it. But okay.
Yeah, but yeah,
No.
but like they say, they pick women who are, like you said, low self-esteem, probably not doing as well as they should, and they may have money, they may not, but they have more than what the guy got. They have more than what my brother has, so he worms his way in, and be that guy that put the wood down, or even not even put the wood down, just making her feel good.
Now he got squatter rights.
Right.
Damn.
As women nowadays, with the way the world is now, we know about homosexuality. You should not allow no man to be living in your home unless you are married to him. He should not be living in your home. Period.
I agree.
Nope. Live at your own house.
I would agree with you, and you would think that would be the case. but many times it's still the opposite. Because
people haven't learned, they can't be by themselves. You gotta learn, you gotta master how to be by yourself. Because a lot of times, because think about it, if just because, like, say I'm not gonna let somebody live off of me and use me. If Sharlene will, then they might pick her and say, well, I'll just be with Sharlene. I don't got to be with melanated. I don't, or if Sharlene won't do it, they might go to Dame. Say, well, melanated and Sharlene wouldn't do it, but Dame's gonna do it. They'll move to Dame. That's how those type of people are. They'll go to. I'll just go to Dame. So, okay. And it's just like insane. So, but that's why I don't really blame women, but I kind of do, because if women put their feet down and not allow this type of behavior, period, men wouldn't be able to do it. No women can allow it. And that's the only way, because there's always going to be, if Susie don't do it and, Bertha do it, they'll just go to Bertha. Like it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? That's just how it goes.
And what's even worse,
for cheating, but whatever, it doesn't matter. It don't even have to be a homosexual. It could be a chronic cheater or whatever the case may be. Like, what you won't put up with, another woman will.
and not only that, they will defend that dude for. I mean, even if you did try to either get him out of there or try to at least tell her, hey, this ain't the dude for you. You're down it public public enemy number one.
Mm.
Yeah, good luck. I've been in that situation. Me and my mother been in that situation. We were public enemy number one. Hey, yeah, you should leave my brother alone. How dare you? I'm like, whoa, hold on. Hey,
Wow.
dude, hey, you might want to leave my friend alone. I'm just saying.
What is wrong with these women? Are they pretty? Like they can't get somebody else? Like,
Man, yeah, y'all will probably know more than me. I mean, I have my opinions, but y'all will know more than me. Y'all women, y'all know.
But I bet some of those women are attractive. I bet some of them are.
Yeah,
There's different ways to go about it too. The guy in the video only said like one way where he get into the house and stays in the house. But there could be ways where the guy starts out talking to the woman and he's the perfect gentleman. He's everything you could think you possibly want in a man. He got a job, he's good like that, and everything is going so splendidly well. You guys probably move in together. And then all of a sudden, he's not going nowhere. He's not working. He's not doing a damn thing. All his stuff is up in your house. You end up stuck paying the bills. Can't keep him out because you got squatter rights. Stuck.
Not he ain't seen. No, you ain't paying no bills. You ain't got no squatter rights. Get out.
you better get the fuck out of my house. Listen, I will call the cops a lie. I don't care.
I was raised by my mom's from South Carolina. Like the women in my family. Oh no, right now. That's gonna be a no. Those women. No.
The cops might come to the house and kick you out. Because
no, I'm gonna beat myself up and I'm gonna call the cops and say he hit me.
Charlene, you're savage. Charlene,
don't be saying that out loud, Charlene.
Wow, Charlene, I can't believe Charlene. Did you just say
Charlene,
that?
don't be saying that out loud. You're gonna have Manosphere coming around here.
Oh yes, Charlotte. Yeah, Manosphere will tear that up.
Well, the woman can always do what one of my friends did when a guy tried to do that route. She took all his clothes and she threw it out the door. And when he went to go get his stuff, she closed the door and locked him out.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta get smarter than that.
Her girl too many times. She said, "If you don't hurry up, I'll call the police." Told them there's a naked man running around the neighborhood. If you don't get away from my door, they're gonna be there in a few minutes. Stop wasting time. Get dressed and get going.
Savage.
Some women is vicious. I know, like my mom and her girlfriends, they used to be drinking. They would invite guys over. This when we lived in New Jersey still. And my mom used to drink. And oh my goodness, they would invite their little male friends over and this and that. You know, and at the end of the night, sometimes, you know, they dancing and having a little kickback. And sometimes you could get that one a-hole that don't want to leave. Oh, you know, I ain't leaving. This and that. They get the boiling grits and all that. They get they get crazy. They get to start boiling all that hot stuff in the kitchen, and the pot is on. It's just like, yeah, sir. If I was you, I would get to going. I would go before you get. Yeah, you don't want your whole face melted off. Just trying to stay in somebody's house when they telling you to leave. It's time to leave, sir. It's time to leave. The party is over. It's time to go.
They don't want to leave. It's early in the morning. They don't.
There's another thing. She never took the plastic off her mattresses, and the reason why is in case she gets a stubborn one that don't work. She gets a bucket, fill it with ice water, and toss it out on the bed.
She's a clever one, huh? I can't. That's hilarious. I don't know. That's just so funny to me. I can't. Oh, Sharlene, I can't believe you said that. Like Sharlene seems so innocent and sweet. Like I would never think. We see what Sharlene.
Well, she is from Brooklyn, so Brooklyn women are some. I've heard Brooklyn women are different.
I mean, if I
Oh,
can't get him out my house, like I don't care. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Oh, I can hear it. I can hear that she is from New York. I can hear it now. Yeah, definitely. That she's from New York. Yep. Yep, you can hear it. But her voice, she sounds like, I don't know, like maybe one of my daughters. I don't know. My daughter's 25, so, and she kind of look a little bit like my daughter. So she reminds me of my daughter, though. That's funny, Charlie. Charlie, I can't. Oh my goodness. I'm not like, I couldn't never do nothing like that. I don't know why. I'm not, I'm not like, I could not never do that. I don't know why.
No,
It's
because
just
it's hard kicking them out. I remember I was young. I was in my 20s, and there was this guy, and I was dating him, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, you could come to my house, but I'm painting my house. If you really want to spend time with me, like you said, you could come to my house because I'm painting, right?" Because I was young, and I was like, "Okay." I didn't think anything of it, so he didn't have a car, so I picked him up from the train station, and then he came to my house, and he was gonna help me paint it because I had a lot of walls to paint. And I don't care. That's free service, right? Look, so he was painting it, but it got late, like 5-6 o'clock, and I'm like, are you gonna go home? It's time for you to go home, like. And this guy did not want to go home.
especially, let me tell you one thing. If you got a comfortable house, a nice house, beautiful, filled up with snacks, it's smelling all good, they do not want to leave.
I was just like,
no, they're not trying to leave.
It's time for you to go home.
Now, if you got a house that is not comfortable, they be like, all right, I'm ready to go. But if you got a house that's comfortable, it's hard to get people out of a comfortable house. It's hard.
I don't know. I've just been different. I just never been comfortable like at another person's house, even if it's someone I was dating. I'm like, that's just not. I'm never comfortable because it's like, look, I'm not. I know there's an expiration date that you're gonna want me out, and I don't want to get to that point where you want to suggest it. Nah, let me get out. I just never comfortable with that, man.
I mean, you could tell. It was the first time we met. It was like we was dating like 3-4 months, and I was like, okay, I'm comfortable. No, I was like, yo, you gotta go home. And then he demanded to stay there. If I had known better, I would have called the cops. But I didn't want to call the cops because I didn't want to get in trouble or whatnot. And then in the morning time, right? I'm like, okay, it's morning. Can you leave? He's like, he demanded to take a shower.
Well, he did paint. He did paint. I don't know, like I think you wait. I don't know, like that could have went. I mean, I don't know if he was the bad guy. It could have went either way because if it went really really late, think about it. If it went to like 4 or 5 in the morning, painting all night, who's gonna want to go home?
Paint all night. He just paint for a couple of hours, and that was quarter of the day.
Oh no, he would have no. His butt would have been no. No. His butt would have been going home. Nope. Home. Straight home. No.
Yeah, I want to be comfortable in my house. I don't want you to be here. Like, bye. Bye.
How you gonna sleep in a house comfortable with a man you hardly know? Of course, you're not gonna be comfortable. You'll be sleeping with one eye open, like.
And I had 3 bedrooms, and I had one upstairs. I'll go upstairs, and he downstairs, right? And then he gonna come up the stairs, and he's like, "Oh, you got a big comfy bed up there. Can I come up there?" No.
Of course,
we know what that was about.
Yeah, of course. That that's just a part of the game. You already know that. You know that's coming.
I'm already turned off. You don't even have a car. You can't even leave right now. What is this? This is not attractive whatsoever.
Yeah. I don't know how guys feel about like asking a girl to pick them up like on a date or something like that, or like just hanging out with a girl and she's driving you. Automatically she's not going to respect you like that. She has to drive you around like she's your mom. Like it's just it's not going to
And half the time they don't give you gas money.
No, I've never been comfortable with that. If I'm inviting you on a date, yeah, I'm picking you up. I can't see having a woman come pick me up. I'm like, what is this? You already in the weak position. I'm like, no. I'll invite you, or at the
It's
very
like
least,
that.
we'll meet somewhere. I just, man, maybe I've been at, well, I'll be fair. I haven't been dating in a long time. So I can't, when you have women telling me they picking up dudes for dates, I'm like, where do they do this at?
You just be saying they cars in the shop, this, that, and the third, and all this other stuff.
If my car was in the shop, I wouldn't be dating. It's just that's not happening. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't go on this date.
I
No,
told a
I
guy
can't.
that I told a guy he shouldn't be dating. He got mad at me and hung up. I was like, your priorities is messed up.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I could not be in a situation where I didn't have a car and I'm trying to date a woman. I can't do it. I gotta have my own car because let's say something happened with her, she get out of pocket. I'm stuck. I'm like, no, we no. I like we can have our own cars. We meet, and if you're not happy, get in your car and drive off. I get in my car and drive off. I mean, this whole I don't know, man. I
I
can't.
think, but a guy picking up a girl in his car, I think that sets the tone for the date. It makes it a more of a pleasant experience for both the guy and the woman.
Yeah, just it to me that feels more natural than a woman picking me up. I'm like, I don't even like my mother driving me. I'm just like, I'm sorry. I just when I was a child, okay, I'm a child. As a grown man, mm, no, I'm just not comfortable. Just, no, I can't do it, man. If I ain't got a car, no, we're not going on no dates. I'm gonna get my car fixed first.
Mm.
Then, okay, then we go out. This whole having
Where
woman.
you from? Where you from, Bro Speaks?
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
hold on.
from Houston, Texas.
Oh, you from Texas? Oh, okay.
Hmm.
They need cars
Oh.
out there, right?
Yeah. Well. I mean, if you're in Houston, yeah, no, not really like that, unless you're working way out on the north side. Then, but most times, if you don't really need a car. You got to get on the bus. But I'm talking about if you dating, I'm like, I don't know. That's just not. That don't feel right to me. Yeah, I just. Mm-mm. I always feel like you gotta have a car, your own car. Even you gotta borrow a car. I'm like, no, I'm not letting no woman pick me up on a date. I don't know. Not dating. Now I've had women friends pick me up when we go out to eat and stuff like that. I've had that happen, and even that I felt kind of uncomfortable.
Mm.
Just not. That's just not me. I guess in that sense, I'm kind of old school in that one. I'm kind of in between the new school, old school.
Okay. All right. I think we should call it night. We've been going at it for 4 hours.
Let me ask you guys one more question before we go off.
Okay.
Sharlene, well, everybody on the panel, what do you guys think about online dating? Do you think that nowadays you can't meet anyone unless you meet them online? I put that in the chat, but nobody really
You
answered that.
reminded me. Thank you for reminding me. Before I can't even go off air until I say this. So I think if you got to be smart when it comes to online dating. So yeah, before I wanted to close off the chat, I don't want to discourage anybody from dating online or dating in general. You can still go out there and date, but you have to be smart about it. All right, so I got this from So this is called online dating and safety tips. So I'm just gonna go over a couple of tips, to help you guys with online dating. So when connecting online, use different photos for your dating profile. Avoid connecting with suspicious profiles. Check out your potential date on social media. So if you're dating somebody, you need to make sure that they have some kind of social media. If they don't have a social media, or they lie and say they don't, or they give you a Snapchat, suspicions may arise. They probably in a relationship, married, etc. Block and report any suspicious users. Also, this is how you know that somebody's a con artist or they're not really dating for you. If they ask for any financial assistance in any way, often because of a sudden personal crisis, claims to be from the US but is currently living or working or traveling abroad, claims to be recently widowed with children, disappears suddenly from the site, then reappears under a different name, gives vague answers to specific questions, over complimentary and romantic too early in your communication, pressures you to provide your phone number or talk outside the dating app or site, requests your home or work address under the guise of sending flowers or gifts, tells inconsistent or or grandiose stories, so tell inconsistent stories, use disjointed language and grammar, but has a high level of education.
Mhm. It's deep out here.
Yeah. Also,
It's
if
rough
they
out here.
if they request photographs, that's another one too. Um, Examples will be is a minor, they request photographs, to request financial assistance, they send harassing or offensive messages, they attempt to threaten or intimidate you in any way, they seem to have created a fake profile, and they try to sell you a product or service. Yes. And then it says wait to share personal information. Don't respond to requests for financial help. Obviously, you don't want to do that. Video chat before you meet up with the person. Tell a friend where you're going. Meet in a public place. Don't rely on your date for transportation. Stick to what you're most comfortable with. Enlist the help of a bartender or a waiter. Trust your instincts, and yeah, that's about it.
Mm. You know those online dating scams like Dr. Phil? How like them Nigerian? I guess like a lot of them they say is Nigerian scammers. How are those people got to be the loneliest people ever? It's so I literally start crying because they have to be so lonely. You know that no one is going to be like never letting you really see them. You never saw them before besides like some pictures, and you done sent them $250,000. I'm just not I'm like I need to get me to hook up with that. I need to hook up. I'm serious because that's
Yeah, those
crazy.
people are crazy. You should know not to do that. Like even that,
But
this
they
goes the same thing I said goes for Facebook or Instagram. You get that weird friend request, suspicious, you don't know them, or somebody from a different country, Nigeria, all of a sudden they want to be a friend.
I get a you get a lot of I used to get a
Yes.
lot of those on Facebook. Um, I I accepted that one time, and one day I was on Facebook with friends and coworkers, and one of the people that I used to go to school with, they were like, "Hey, did you send me this porn?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't send nobody no porn." She's like, "Well, yeah, I know you wouldn't do that, but it I'm getting a message from you, and they have this porn stuff on."
That yeah.
I had to change because I had accepted this look at some video from somebody that I didn't know him, and all of a sudden everybody was telling me the same thing. Yeah, they sending porn and stuff in your name.
Yeah.
I had to go change out my password and everything.
Yeah, that happened
So
to me before. That
yeah,
happened to
that's
me before. That's so
I,
embarrassing though. Like when it just go to like all these people in your all your messenger people, it just like it can go to like 100 and something, 200 and something people, and you got to be explaining to them like I did not send you that. Like I would never send you that. That's great. Yeah, that
yeah.
happens. That's like spam or something. But I'm talking about like these people, they'll just meet somebody off of like match.com and they'll start, boo loving them up and everything like that. And then they'll be talking to them for like a week or two. Then all of a sudden they start asking them for all this money and stuff. And I just don't understand how these people keep falling for it time and time again, especially, and they get addicted. Like the people who literally get addicted to giving them the money. They will be robbing their family members to get the money. They will be doing anything. It's like it's not funny, but it's like no, like I
Yeah.
can't.
You know what we didn't talk about? On these dating sites, you can also get lowered in traffic too. A lot of women
Really?
get traffic. Some women get picked up by pimps. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
all of
On a
that goes
dating
on
site?
there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
What?
there are women selling themselves on these sites.
That too. They
I,
sell themselves. They sell photos on these sites. It's
mhm.
all this is nasty craziness.
I,
Yeah.
I I had a few proposition me. I'm like, no, you ain't about that. No.
So they can try to rob you or something. Don't do nothing like that. They'll try to rob you or something.
Yeah, I scratched that off. Look, and
Mm-mm.
I give another story about my brother. He fell for that same thing. He had just got out of jail. Okay. So one day he's like, "Yeah, I gotta send money to my." He had got him like a day job. I gotta send this money. We like send money to who? Oh, this girl I met. Okay, we're like, oh, okay. Well, you give me money to this girl. Oh yeah, she's in Africa. We're like, what? Yeah, she's in
Mm,
Africa. I mean, he was sending $100 every week, $100, and
mm.
and my mother was like, "Are you gonna talk to him?" I'm like, "No, I ain't talking. Hey, if he's stupid enough to fall for that crap, hey." The closest I ever did was there was this one time where they was trying to get him to sign for like $5,000 or something like that, some kind of check. He sent the money to get something, and I had to talk to him. I
Mm-hmm.
said, "Bro, no, this is a scam. No, this is a scam. They're scamming you, and
Mm.
and it's just like, but yeah, he sent money for a long ass time, and it
Yeah, a
was
lot of
like,
people get caught up in that. I don't know. I just still can't figure out how. Ain't no way I'm sending you one then dime. It's just not gonna happen. So,
yeah,
I'll just let.
you
I want one of them to call me though, so because it'll be fun. That'll be fun. Like them watching them trying to get the money. That'll be
Yeah, the number one site to stay off of is POF.
Oh,
yeah.
really? They got that kind of stuff on POF? Like, cause that's fun for
Oh
me. I'll be on there like making. So I'll be making.
man,
They'll be thinking they about to get some money. They'll wait around for like a week or two, just thinking they're gonna get some money, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, okay, ask me for some money and see what happens.
Yes,
man,
See what
we
happens.
POF.
You
had a
ain't get
lot of
nothing.
people in Houston get hemmed up over POF. One dude almost died because he
What?
was yeah. One dude he was supposed to be meeting this girl. She was a young girl, so he was trying to be on his Kevin Samuels thing. Meets this young girl. He Three dudes tried to rob him, shot him, nearly killed him.
Mm-hmm.
He
Mm-hmm.
survived, but yeah, that man, a lot of
You
dudes
just
who
got to
got
be careful.
robbed.
That
Yeah,
happened to a girl. Did you see that story, Charlene, with the one black girl where she was pretty too, really pretty young girl, probably about 23, 24. Went out on a date, met a guy online, went out on a date with him. They had a blast. They went out all day, drinking, partying, dancing. They go back to the hotel room. He ends up beating her down, raping her, beating her, beating her unconscious, stealing her car. They find him driving her car. He had beat her unconscious.
Yeah,
She just laying
I heard about that, and I think she met him through what, Snapchat or something like that.
Like one of these little sites, and it's just crazy. But the thing of it is, they went out on a date. Like he took her out on a date. They had fun. Everything was fine, and then he did that. It's like, what? He went ham on her like that. Like, that's crazy. Like, broke her jaw, her whole face, and like all these pieces.
Damn,
And
that's why I said you should only a date should last like 1 to 2 hours, 4 hours tops, but that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because she went back to the hotel room with him. She had been with him all day partying, and they had all these pictures and stuff from the date and stuff. And once he got her in that hotel room, I don't know if he drugged her or whatever happened, but I know he beat her down to like a bloody pulp, unconscious. And when she woke up, she was in the hospital. He had her car, he had her car overnight, but thank God somebody saved her, because she probably would have died if I don't even know how it happened that somebody found her and saved her. I don't know if it's room service or what, but that's crazy. That's literally crazy. That's why, to me, it ain't worth it. No, no. To me, the natural way to meet people, that's the best way. As far as dating, I'm scared. I don't know, but people be getting married. Like, oh, I met my husband on Match.com. Oh, I met my husband on Facebook. Oh, I'm like, these people is brave. That's what I say. These are brave.
I
Some of
mean,
those
you
stories
could
get sad, though.
you could date online. You just gotta be smart about it.
See,
Yeah.
you're younger than me, Sharlene. You're younger than me, honey. I'm old school. I'm scared. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'm scared, girl. I can't. I'm too old school. I would feel so like, I know that's the reason why I asked the question that I asked, because my mom's like, well, no one meets anybody nowadays without it being on social media. You just won't ever meet anyone. That's what my mom said, because no one. That's just the way it is now. I'm like, what? How? That's what my mom said. She said that's how it is. My
I
mom's
mean, to
married
go to
already.
the mall, you gotta go out. You gotta get out more often.
The mall closed where we live at. The mall's like is gone. Ain't no mall because everybody shops online. There's no mall here.
What?
Yeah, we only have maybe one mall. No, two.
We still got the
They
malls are
just
still
closed it down.
booming here.
Yeah, we
Like,
still
'cause
got.
people want to go get ice cream. People want to go do other things, like the movies. We got all that at the mall.
Yeah, well, we got movie theater, but the mall, because the movie theater is like right outside the mall. Like, we have like 3 of them. Well, kind of like 4, but one's like small. But they closed the mall down. Like, there's like no need for the mall. Like, you got like a TJ Maxx and stuff like that, but like the mall is like gone. You got like a Ross, TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Target. But all the mall stores, they're like, it only had like 3 stores left in it, so they finally just shut it down. Like, you just can't keep the whole mall open with 3 stores left in it.
Yeah, the mall
Like,
that we
it's
used to
done.
have in Houston, like, um, it was named Sharpstown Mall. That was the mall for everybody. It got taken over by Hispanics, so now it's a Hispanic
They take
type thing.
they take over
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. So now the
They
only
do. They take over
malls out there,
everything. Don't let them in
yeah,
there.
you have to go outside the city to get to them now.
Mm-hmm.
Now they
All
got
right, you guys,
out.
we're gonna shut the show down. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I know. You guys are ready. Yeah. Okay, I got my question. I got my question asked. I'll talk to you guys
Dame,
later.
okay.
All right.
Thank
Good
you guys
night.
for coming up on the
Bye,
panel.
everybody. Yeah.
Good night,
Bye.
everybody.
Thank you, Melanated Vessel. Thank you,
Nice meeting you,
Speak.
Bro Speak. Yeah,
Nice
you're
meeting
welcome.
you.
Dame.
Yeah. Bye.
Dame.
Yes.
Okay. We're ready.
All right,
to
everybody. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's wrap this up.
Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you for coming and thank you for participating in the chat. It was a great night, great conversations. I love all of you guys. You guys steadily come on here. Thank you so much for supporting me. And we're going to head out and have a good night, everyone. Go ahead, Dane, play it.